the stream. Good to see you. Hope you are well. Hello, Denise One. Unless you are Denise One. In which case, hello, Denise One. But it sounds like, I'm guessing you're Denise One. Good to see you, Jones. Hello. I made so many changes to my stream, you have no idea. You probably do if you've been here for a little while. Notice how everything is a little cleaner, a little bit better, a little bit sharper, a little bit cooler looking. Come on. Nobody cares. I know, just me. But that's okay, because as long as I'm happy, that's what matters. And I'm never happy. It always looks wrong. But I worked incredibly hard over the last 2 weeks. Avoiding all of my YouTube responsibilities, avoiding everything I probably should have been doing, so I can fix my my stream. I have cool things going on, you guys. Like, I am so proud of myself for what my break screen looks like. For something that you only see for maybe like three minutes, I put a lot of work into it. Like, way too much work. And just wait till we do a shout out. Jeepers, the shout outs look good. They're next level. I got next level shout outs, y'all. I just wait till we get a hype trade. I got things going on, dudes. Things going on. It's gonna be good. I'm excited. Hopefully that means I can leave it alone for a little while. Then I can get back to doing all the other stuff I'm supposed to do. Which is, I don't know what. So actually I'm doing a few things differently. Hello, Beardsley. It is, I'm running StreamerBot. That's a thing. I wasn't doing that before. Turns out and I knew this, I've known this for 4 years. There are things that you can only do with StreamerBot, and I kind of avoided it because it looked complicated, to be honest. But then Nutty made life better. Good old Nutty, man. He is so on our side as streamers. He's just a darned helpful guy. He created a profile that basically does 99% of the work for you. He got videos about how to do it. It's all good, man. It's all good. I got shout out commands now. Yep, SO and shout out. It works both. Darn tootin' it does. Everything's perfect. There will be no problems from here on in. Yeah, have 100% high expectations. Top shelf stuff from now on. It's yeah, and then we're gonna jump into Stardew. I saved it for you guys. Look at that. Look at it, beautiful. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. Apparently I have 2 of them though. Wuthering Waves? Are you drunk, leave me a stream? Let's turn that off. What the heck? I'm gonna turn that off. Thank you, Ray. Yeah, okay. Goodbye. Jones immediately ruins the entire stream. Way to go, Jones. But I got rid of the Lumia stream one at least. That's something. I bragged for a solid 5 minutes, and Jones is like, "Where's the chink in the armor?" Right there. Straight, like right through that little shoulder gap. How was Final Fantasy? I have seen Samus playing that a bunch. I've seen you playing that a bunch. Are y'all enjoying it? Did they do an update or something? What made it so exciting? Susie's been playing some sermons in between stuff. I don't know I don't know what happened, but he's just like, okay, I'm gonna play some. I don't know. I'm sure he has a reason. So, but I'm like, I can do that. I have old video sermons from back when I was young and pretty. I can change that. I know you've been playing for a long time, but like, is it has a resurgence or something? My daughter literally just started playing. Hello, Ransom. Look at, see what it did? See what it did? Gives you a little graph, changes the color. Doggone. There's been a lot, yeah, refreshing content. Okay, yeah. It's so for me, like I was just talking to my daughter, and she's gonna start playing Wuthering Waves, and she was describing the story and describing some of the stuff she's seen. 82% is pretty bonkers. and I'm like, I remember that. That was fun. I remember that. That was kind of fun. I remember that. That was kind of fun. And so like, I'm like, okay, cool. Maybe I should play that again. But then I remembered that I don't like those games. I try them and then I don't play them. And I'm really enjoying Stardew. So we're gonna play Stardew for a while. I'm now a Stardew stream. I'm a Stardew streamer. You've been more of a chance thing going on. Seems a lot more Christian streamers been starting the game. Oh, that's super interesting. Wonder why. I wonder why. I'm definitely, yeah, it's a whole thing. Like getting into that is kind of a big deal. Like it's a commitment, you know what I mean? But yeah, I got a new keyboard too. Well, I didn't get a new keyboard. So when my daughter started stream, come on brain. When my daughter started school, she had to take typing. She was typing on like a laptop, like a, I don't know, like an 80% laptop or something. And I'm like, you can't type on that. That's not the best way to learn. And like you know, maybe we should get you a real keyboard. Go find out, do you want a real keyboard? And she's like, yeah, I better get a real keyboard. So I gave her one at the very first day, and she just has never plugged it in. I mean, I can understand, right? Like you have a choice between bringing your laptop to class or bringing your laptop and a whole keyboard next to it, right? And I'm like, well, you can just leave it on your desk, plug it in for like keyboard practice. Like, and then she just never did. But so now I went to her dorm and I'm like, you using that? No, I'm taking it. So now I have a brand spanking new keyboard. It's so good. The MSI keys are so soft, man. Feels totally different than Razer. Totally different. Although I have the world's clackiest keys on Razer. Chronicle and Game Grotto. Oh yeah, fire out, man. Dang. Chronicle's all over the map though. She plays a lot of stuff. All right. Well, today the plan is we're going to be watching a video, reacting to a video, if you will, from Healthy Gamer GG, which is called "We Give Discipline Too Much Credit. Here's What Actually Works." And what that is, it matches perfectly with this week's theme, because we're talking about, or this month's theme, because we're talking about purpose, right? We're talking about living out your purpose, and that means, let me use my brain here. If the whole premise of the video is that you don't like try to use discipline or trying to use willpower to just get everything done, it doesn't work. At least it doesn't work for long, or if it does, you're really not having a good time. The better thing to do is to want to do the things that you want to do, right? Like, and that sounds like a no-brainer. But I think the way it's going to play out, I read the summary, is basically, you know, either convincing yourself or realizing what's really important to you or whatever, which lines straight up with what we're talking about with content creators with purpose. Like to show up to stream or show up to do your content or show up to whatever it is, and not want to be there and not sure why you're there, and like it all just feels like itchy pants. And then if you find out why you're there, who you're there for, what your content is, and how you're supposed to be creating it, like it's so much more motivational, so much easier to do. So it's it lines up perfect, right? Counseling an hour, need food though? Yeah, rock and roll, man. I had some protein granola this morning. They've put in protein in everything. Protein in the Starbucks drinks, protein in the coffee, the protein in everything. I had granola this morning and they put protein in it. Like, okay, cool, I guess. But like, it tasted like they put protein in it. Like, it's not like you can get away with it not tasting weird if you do that. You know what I mean? It does. It just does. It's like sandy and like a little funky. We are hitting songs that we have not hit in a long time. So I went through and I tried to find all the songs that are safe, right? So I tried to find a bunch of safe songs, and they're not bad. So far they've been pretty good. I'm gonna actually add one more. Do I have this Vi? Hold on, I found two really good. I'm gonna add Vi. And why not? Add to playlist. Royalty free jazz. Boom. Oh, don't add. I already did. Never mind. So I found League of Legends actually put out some Spotify playlists that are based on characters. Like there's a Vi character, and this one's from the character called, I don't know. What's her name? No, that's Vi. The other one is Diana. So I'm like, okay, cool. That's let me go through those. And of course, you know, some characters are more hard and whatever, but it's designed to be like perfectly good for stream. So I'm actually pretty excited about it. So there we go. We got like, I got now this playlist has like 160 songs, man. That's exciting. And it's on shuffle that we should be, everything is gonna be coming up Millhouse. It'll be great. The weekend was interesting. I have something I can show you guys, but I kind of want to show you later when there may be more people here. If there's not more people here, that's fine. We can just show you. And of course, Jones is leaving, so whatever. I'll show you. I can show Jones. How about that? We'll just show Jones. I found this at Costco. We were at Costco for the first time in forever. We just don't go. Like there's no point, because what we discovered is like we go to Costco, buy stuff, and it just goes bad. Like you buy like big bunch of like lettuce or vegetables or whatever. There's just too many. You just can't eat them all. And if you know, even though they're a good deal or whatever, or you buy a giant can of this or a giant jar of that, and maybe even eat half of it, but like there's a lot in the jar. Like we just ended up throwing a lot of it out, so we just kind of never went back. Plus it's a whole event, and so we didn't go. But we went there because we got a check. You know, we were executive members, and so they give you like a little bit of money kickback, and so we had this check bouncing around. Like, okay, we got like $80 we got to spend at this place, so we may as well go. And I found this, which is the craziest stuff, man. So I don't know if you can see it, but it looks like a jar of nuts. You see, it looks like a jar of nuts. It's actually a jar of nuts and honey. Like that bottom is completely clear because it is all honey. It's just a jar of honey. Isn't that nuts? That is nuts. See, nuts. I don't know. I saw that and I'm gonna turn it upside down because that way maybe the honey will sink to the bottom or top, because it's a little dry up there. And I'd imagine that's gonna be quite an exercise, but we'll see how it goes over the course of the stream. Yeah, I don't know. It does look yummy. I'm trying to figure out how to eat it. Like, part of me's like, okay, spoon? I don't know. Yo, Swag, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Very cool of you. How you doing? How you doing today, Swag? Spread it up. Yeah, I was actually thinking that too. Like, if you have nuts and they're honey flavored, you could put that in things. I wouldn't put it on ice cream or nothing, but like, you could spread it on something. It's honey, right? I don't know. It's just weird to like scoop out really sticky, like big rock things. Like they're not like ground up. They're real big. Like those are hard to spread. There's a reason we invented peanut butter. Thank you. Oh, by the way, I've remembered now, so I will be doing this. My plan is to, whenever I get a sub, take a hot gummy, because I think it's fun, and it is. I just haven't advertised it anywhere. I will, one of these days. Just working as always. I have been considering, you know, what to do about that. I've got so many things I want to do when it comes to content, and I've got so many people that are like, well, I work during the day, right? So the Saturday meeting that we're having, Friday was great. So every last Friday of the month for Taco, we do a mini con, which is basically, here's some announcements, here's a little Devo, here's some discussion time, I teach a thing, and then we have a discussion about that, and then we, you know, do a giveaway or whatever. And it's very cool. I really have been enjoying the last two. First one, not very well attended because, hey, it was new. This one actually had some people there. That was very cool. And then on Saturdays, I show up, and on Saturdays at noon, I do a public teaching from the book now, right? Anybody can come, and which is really cool. I've had a lot of fun. People showing up, and then if they're interested, then they join the discussion group, right? I think it's just stellar how that's worked out. Love it. Hello, Rhizone. Thank you for the follow. Is that too high? I believe that's too high. Or we can make it bigger. Make it bigger. Meow. There. That way we can announce Ryan a little better. Good to see you, Rhizone. Yeah, I'm currently using StreamerBot now, and it looks a little like a micron different than my previous one, which was Caster Labs caffeinated. And it's because that little tiny difference is throwing me. It looks almost identical, like truly almost identical. It's just got a couple of different colors, right? Like if you say something, it says first words now. Like it actually has the words first word to show me that you said something, which I think is great. It announces the announcements to me. It's really helpful, but it's also like a little different. My brain is taking a bit of time. Yeah, how is everybody? Like I said, over the weekend was good. Friday was so fun. I really enjoyed that. And I was able to make it through, and I felt really good. I didn't feel like I was going to die afterwards. I often just feel like, you know, when I'm done in the evening, I just want to go crawl under a rock. But it was great. We went the next day, picked up my daughter from school, who is now on reading week. She is at home, and that's always nice to have everybody at home. The Sunday we missed church. It was funny. We drove to go get the girl on the way to church, and went up, called her, and I'm like, hey, how you doing? I'm asleep. Oh, cool. 40 minutes later, like, was it 40 minutes later, something like that, sitting in the car waiting for her. Like, I went upstairs to help. Like, it was awful. It was awful. And she lives 1,000 miles away in that dorm. Like, you literally up the elevator and then walk 100 miles to get to her room. Like, anyway, we missed church, which was a bummer. Twitch, I guess I didn't know you streamed. Yeah, well, I do. I have. Actually, I started as a streamer. Number one, started as full-time content creator, just kind of gaming and things like that. And then we very shortly moved into trying to figure out how to serve content creators. And then in that became TACO, the Alliance for Creative Outreach. And now kind of doing that. Yeah. Hey, I know that, right? Actually, I've been tossing back and forth. So I've been talking to a guy who's been going through my branding. You know, he's like, I think you're like, you do cool stuff. You have good content. I think your branding sucks, which is why nobody knows what you're all about. And so I've been trying to adjust it and adjust my name and come up with like, do I change my username and whatnot? Because XtianNinja or whatever doesn't actually say anything, right? It doesn't tell you anything. So like, should I change it? And it's like, it's so hard, right? It's so hard because I could call myself Pastor Al or Pastor Ninja or you know, like Christian content creator, pastor guy who does things sometimes on Tuesdays. Like it could be anything. But as soon as I do that, you know, the name changed, and I've had the name for 5 years. So I'm kind of leaning away from doing that, but I also need to change how things are explained. So it's all up in the air, which is actually kind of a big deal because this month being about purpose, like literally the whole concept of the month is your purpose as a Christian content creator, your purpose in life, your purpose as a leader, your purpose as it just forever kind of thing. What is your purpose? Discovering who you are, who God created you to be, and how you're supposed to live it out, and for who. That's what the whole month is about. And so that's kind of where I'm at right now. Like I would say I know my purpose, but then why doesn't my branding reflect that? You know, reflect that exactly. Christian content creator, a guy who does some things on Tuesdays. That's the one. Yeah. I think the hard part is that I'm gonna have to acronym my own username, which would make it even more obscure. I could be the CCCGWDTSOT, or as I like to call it, the Kukagugwasot. Marching with purpose. Look at that. Rhizone's got some. Why don't you do our marketing? That was way better than what I came up with. Good golly. We should remember that one. Uke. That was that's really good. I like that a lot. The marching with purpose. I wonder if we can do that for the rest of the year. What's the theme in April? Can we come up with spring into something? And then May, nay you something? June. I don't know. Then we can do things. We got ideas. We're creative. But as I said, this stream is all about, we're going to be talking about the difference between living a life that is chock full of willpower and discipline and living a life that is about living out your purpose. Which one's easier? Which one's motivational? Spoiler warning. Living your purpose is actually more motivational and easier. Right, but we can do both. Marching with purpose is great. That's great. That is both Claire and clever. All right, let's
Well, don't ponder yourself into stagnation.
Shh, quiet, doctor. Okay. So yeah, what we're gonna do, we're gonna watch this, have a little talk about it. The whole point of it is basically based on our theme for the month of finding your purpose. And it just happened to line up perfectly. He released this 2 days ago, and I'm like, that's so helpful. So we're gonna talk about that. Before we do that, every stream is an AMA. Hey, where's my thingy? It disappeared. Meow. Yeah, this guy's good. He is a little weird on occasion, but he's so like applicable, right? He speaks well. He understands I think the online arena. He's not like just afraid of all this stuff. So it's pretty cool. So yeah, I think we're gonna learn some stuff from this. So let's jump in. We'll have a little talk, and then we'll but like I said, it's always an AMA. Hey Zora, no, we haven't started yet. All I've been doing is mugging to see who will show up. So we'll do this. It is an AMA. If you want to pause, you want to say anything, like you want to ask a question, whatever it is, now's a good time, or interrupt. We'll get through. And then at the end, when we get to there, I've saved something special for you guys, special to me anyway. And that is, I've never gone to Calico Desert, but I finally fixed the bus, so we can go do that. I've been farming instead of going to Calico Desert, so because I wanted to do it with you guys. Yeah, I get shorts of him too. Like he's doing pretty good. Okay, let's see what we got here.
Okay, well, don't ponder yourself into stagnation, Diva. You got this. So there's something really cool about this. So a lot of people get stuck, and we sometimes call this analysis paralysis, right? Because you don't know what to do, and then we feel stagnant, right? So inaction feels like stagnation, but it's not really stagnation. It's oftentimes conflict. If you don't know what to do, which is oftentimes a conflict between what you want and what you should. What a lot of people assume...
Is it too quiet? It's so loud for me. Why isn't it loud? Oh yeah, it's way turned down for you. I'm gonna turn myself down before I blow my ears off. Yeah, sorry about that. Let's see, where we at?
Okay, well, don't ponder yourself.
Okay, so yeah, we'll get going. I will be pausing along the way. Feel free to pause along the way if you'd like.
In stagnation, Diva, you got this. So there's something really cool about this. So a lot of people get stuck, and we sometimes call this analysis paralysis, right? Because you don't know what to do, and then we feel stagnant, right? So inaction feels like stagnation, but it's not really stagnation. It's oftentimes conflict. If you don't know what to do, which is oftentimes a conflict between what you want and what you should. What a lot of people assume is that I need to use willpower. I need to use discipline. And it turns out that using willpower or discipline fosters something called action crises.
Okay, so let's pause for a second, and as content creators, ask the question: how many of you have in your work, in your content, in your life, in your whatever, gotten to the place where you are like, I feel like I should do something, but I don't know how? Yeah, analysis paralysis. Yeah. My thing is, I will ready, fire, aim. I find that I've been doing that more, which is kind of the opposite of analysis paralysis, which is just do a thing, hope for the best, find out it's the wrong thing, try another thing, see if it's the best, right? And so like you'll see, go to my YouTube channel, it's changed banners twice. Like I just all over the map. And so it's but in your content, have you ever gotten to the place where you're like, I want to stream, or I want to create, or I want to draw, or I want to art, but I don't know what, right? I don't know what. And maybe I should just play this game. Maybe I should just play this game. Maybe I should try, discussion. Maybe I should do a Bible study. Maybe I should not. Maybe I should, who's my audience? Like you just kind of get like stuck, right? You just get kind of stuck, and you're like, okay, what should I do? What do I want to do? What is the correct thing to do? What are the gurus saying I'm supposed to do? All of that causes you to kind of, not know what to do. That's the analysis paralysis, right? Yes, and I think the difference between, trial and error, or, learning or whatever, the difference is you're moving forward. You're doing a thing. You know what I mean? You're like, I'm trying this. Oh, I bounce off something. You bounce off something. You bounce off something. And you're kind of narrowing down the bullseye. but at least you're moving forward. You know what I mean? Whereas analysis paralysis or the action crisis or whatever is that idea of I feel like I should go, but I can't. I feel like I should do, but I can't. I want to go, but I can't. Talk to people all the time who are stuck. I want to stream, but, and what that content, and it could be content or mic or game. Yeah. I'm kind of at that point with the content, but been taking a break to plan out stuff. So to ukulele talking about, like those things are kind of an excuse and they're answered by the purpose. So like, if you don't know what you're doing, what kind of mic do you need? What kind of camera do you need? Do you need a camera? What kind of software do you need? When do you stream? Who are you streaming to? How are you going to create for? What are you going to draw? Like all those questions are solved, or at least solved more, when you're able to say, well, this is who I create for, and this is the bridge of content that I try to get so I can have a conversation with them, so I can bring light or hope or meaning or purpose or joy or entertainment or whatever it is to these people. And he's like, well, so like I am a podcaster, gonna need a decent mic, probably don't need a good camera, right? I'm gonna draw art that reflects nature. Okay, cool. Now at least I know where to start. It's but not knowing where you're trying to go, it's hard to know where to start. Been there before. Sometimes I go back into that phrase where numbers are slow. Oh, yeah, I'm there too. Unhealthy levels of perfectionism can play a role. And that's a really good point too. It's like that. I think that's a bit of a different problem that he's talking about. But that idea of I don't want to start unless I'm going to do it right. I don't want to go in the right direction, make promises that I don't follow through on. I don't want to, no worries. I don't want to connect with a bunch of folks that I'm going to end up having to dump because I changed my mind, or I don't want to like not have an audience at all because I've just done the wrong thing or I'm not for them kind of thing. So you just sit there and you think 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 and you think. Yeah. But you're right. Sometimes you gotta fire the gun. Sometimes you gotta practice. But I think that comes before that comes after the crisis, right? So it's after the, what am I going to do and how do I do this? And I think for me anyway, when it comes to my content, I've reimagined myself 1,000 times. I have tried to focus 1,000 times to try to, be like, this is what I'm going to be and this is what I'm going to be forever. I finally figured it out. And just, get conviction about it. People don't like it or I don't like it, or it's, it dips everything, or, like stagnates, and like, maybe that was wrong. Maybe I need to push harder. Maybe I need to try more. Maybe I need to change this. And it can be completely maddening to the place where it's like, fine, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm just going to show up and play Stardew. I don't even care anymore because I don't know what to do. So I'm just going to do something. I think hopefully this video will help, because I definitely understand what it's like to be that stuck.
Okay, and I'll explain how this works. So let's say that I want to do one thing and I should do something else. When I'm in that situation, I use willpower to overcome my want and move towards my should. And a lot of people will be of the mind that like this is the right thing to do, right? Then you blame yourself for being lazy, you blame yourself for being undisciplined. You look at other people who are consistently moving in a particular direction. I love this paper. Stuck in Limbo, Motivational Antecedents and Consequences of Experiencing Action Crises in Personal Goal Pursuit. So controlled motivation has been positively associated with a participant's intended effort at the decisional phase of goal striving, but it was not shown to translate into actual goal effort at 2 or 4 weeks later. Suggests that people have trouble translating their controlled intentions to tangible activity at the actional phase of goal pursuit. So what is a controlled intention? First thing.
That was a lot of words. I consider myself to be fairly knowledgeable in the word area, and I knew all those words individually. However, as he put them together into sentences, they became less and less understandable to my tiny little brain. I don't know if anyone can say they're gonna be something forever, because God also has seasons for people, but I hope to be more consistent. Well, and that's it, right? Well, I think for me, I have itchy feet because I feel like I'm a creative person, and I'm a very motivated person because I want to help a lot of people. I want to do things, and so therefore, because of my creativity, I'm like, well, I want to help more people this way. I want to do this. I want to try this. I want to do this. Maybe this will help me. This is a connect. I lose my mind, right? And so I end up. It's not because God is changing seasons for me. It's just I have itchy feet wherever I am, and I more and more over the last 3 years God has been telling me to pump the brakes, pump the brakes, pump the brakes, pump the brakes. Like literally just keep, because like you're there, dude. Stop trying to run around, like you're there. Stop trying to reinvent your wheel when you're already moving in the correct direction. Your issue isn't that you're not living it out or you're not pointing in the right direction. Your issue is that you're doing it. You're trying to do too much, or you're trying to do everything. Like the thing you're trying to do is you're overcomplicating it, man. Like chill. And that's definitely me, which is the place where I just have way too many ideas or way too many things to try, or I expect immediate results. That's another one, right? Like, oh, that didn't work. Like this morning is a great example. I started stream. I had like 2 people here and I'm like, well, my stream's a failure. Nobody cares. This topic was stupid and it doesn't matter. And I shouldn't even stream anymore. It's over. My career's over. As I'm talking to Jones, right? That's what's going up here. And it's just, I don't know if that's spiritual or just high standards or just I'm just bent. You know what I mean? He basically said that overcoming what you want to do for what you should do doesn't translate to moving towards long-term goals. That's what I'm hoping he's going to explain it to me. I think that's a very good thing to keep in mind. Sometimes people stay stuck because they're reluctant to leave something other thing they're doing, but they need to make space for their new thing and for someone else to serve the old thing. Well, and I'm trying to think what there used to be an illustration. What is it? Like where you're when you're moving one thing to the other, you have to let go of one so you can step to the other. Like you can't live on. I know it's not a both sides of the fence thing. There is, I can't remember. There's an old illustration of you can't hold on to the old and then also hold on to the new. Whatever. If you guys know, if there's a grandpa out there or grandma that knows that phrase from ages ago, let me know what it is. But like, yeah, sometimes you if you try to hold on to both, you're going to lose both. You have to let go and commit before it'll actually start working out. Hey, Barracuda.
Controlled motivation. Controlled motivation is things where you have to control your motivation. Basically, when you have to force yourself to do something, i.e. willpower or discipline. So controlled intention is not our natural intention. Our natural intention is, I want to hang out today. My controlled intention is, I need to work today. So oftentimes we have a struggle between something called a controlled intention and autonomous motivation, right? So what does autonomous motivation mean? Autonomous motivation means it's what you naturally want to do. And controlled motivation means it's what you don't want to do, but when you try to control your motivation.
That is really clear. So in the realm of content creation, right, we are always part of both, right? I want to stream. I need to figure out shorts. I want to draw. I need to figure out, discoverability. I want to create music. I need to, pay my bills. Like I think you're always going to live in both worlds as a creative, because you can't ever, most people, I would say, I don't know anybody who always gets to just do all the things that they want to do. But at the same time, if you are creative, you want to have your life pointed towards being able to let you create more. And I know everybody in the world is like, well, if you're good at something, turn it into a job. And that's not always the case. Not everybody can do that. But his point between the stuff you want to do that's naturally easy to do, that you gravitate towards, whether that be, let's assume it's healthy and it's not an addiction. It's not like sitting in the dark. It's not like over gaming or overeating or things like that. It's like a good thing that you want, compared to having to make yourself do something, right? As a creator, you're going to live in both worlds. But I wonder how he's going to translate this into, how do you change this? I read the thing, so I know what he says later. But controlled motivation, like having to force myself to clean today. Yeah, controlled motivation, make yourself clean, because later it'll help you with the thing you want to do. Yeah. I have a habit of seeing things in long term, almost like I have to stay here, even though it's driving me crazy because I don't have other options. Instead of realizing nothing lasts forever, and I actually have tons of work to work with, but I just haven't truly sought it out. Well, and it's like it ends up being a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Well, this is never going to change because I can just tell right now because this is where it's going to go, and this is inevitably where it's going to go. So that's where it ends up. Whereas if you were to change things here, you will change your trajectory, right? You kind of convince yourself into ending up where you said you were going to be anyway.
And here's the crazy thing, right? So if you measure in this study, at the moment of crisis, when you're stuck, if you measure controlled motivation, it can be high, but 2 weeks later and 4 weeks later, it's low. And this is our experience.
Okay, so content creators, how many of you have felt that? I live here. Okay, so I know what this is like. I've got a great idea. I put all my effort into creating the idea. I think it's really cool. I do it for a month, and then I think, I need a new idea, or that's not working, or this is hard now, or maybe this was foolish. Maybe I need to go back. That's the thing, right? The 2 to 4 weeks thing where you're like, yeah, this is cool. I'm really excited about this. Or I can make myself do that. I'm going to start working out. I'm going to start eating well. I'm going to start, meeting with more people. I'm going to start cleaning my room. I'm going to, whatever it is, practically, or from a content creator perspective, right? I'm going to get into it. I'm going to start creating. This is going to be my schedule. This is going to be the way that I do things. This is what I'm going to start designing. This is the platform I'll be on. 2 to 4 weeks later, you're like, man, that's, whew, I don't know if I still want to do that. Don't snap and don't freak and don't run and hide. No breaks allowed. And it happens. And that's the thing. Like, none of us can do that. I mean, especially if you're trying to do it alone, which often content creators are, they're by themselves creating in a sort of in a vacuum. And then also, if you're struggling with mental health issues, you're struggling with learning disabilities, you're struggling with relational issues, you're struggling with diet issues, or whatever. Like, you got all the other stuff. Like, in a perfect world, like in a perfect creative vacuum where nothing's in the way, you can still struggle with it. But you add some other stuff to it where you've got, actually, I'm really tired today. Actually, I feel really down today. Actually, I don't have any iron in my system. Actually, I'm super lonely. Actually, like I'm, etc. It becomes even harder. Life absolutely derailed me last year with my husband's autoimmune health and church drama. I went a whole year unable to stream. Yeah, well, that's it. Oh, sorry. It about killed me. The stuff that happened to you, all that stuff, or the not being able to stream almost killed you. It was so hard to, okay, it was the thing that okay, good. That's what I thought. I just, like, not being able to stream almost killed me versus all the bad stuff. You mean all the rough stuff, yeah. For me anyway, once I'm in a habit, I can kind of keep going. I know that last year was really, really, really hard too. Like, I ended up starting in January and things were going great. I had contacts with a zillion organizations and lots of plans, and they're talking about things like, we're going to put your book all over the world. It'll be awesome. Translated in multiple languages. Yay. And you can come speak and teach all of our leaders. Like, that's where I was at the beginning of last year. And then the fertilizer hit the ventilator at home, and by September I was unable to stream, dysfunctional, and all that stuff evaporated. I finally started feeling a little bit better beginning of January, as I kind of did a little reorienting of myself, my life, my priorities. But even now, I feel like I'm just beginning to get a little motivation back from what took a really long time. My head has been weird today, so I have to lay down. Currently in bed on my phone. I'm not sure if I can push through. Well, if you need meds, dude, take some meds. You need coffee, take some coffee. Otherwise, have a nap. Yeah. Bummer. That sucks. I know some folks who struggle with migraines, and this is like out of nowhere for no reason. That sucks.
Right. So if you use willpower to force yourself into something, what happens 2 weeks later? What happens 4 weeks later? Oftentimes what you end up doing is finding yourself in another situation where you have to use willpower because you don't feel like it. So one study on LinkedIn, for what it's worth, found that 70% of people, had an early life crisis or were burnt out. I forget, right? But the levels of burnout are really high. Why do people wind up in a state of burnout? It's because when they don't feel like doing something, they force themselves into it. And when you force yourself into it, it's not like you wake up tomorrow and then you want to do it. In fact, it's the opposite, right? You are squashing your wants. So then your automatic motivation, that intrinsic motivation, that internal motivation is not being selected for. It's not being supported.
So I know what burnout's like. I've hit actual burnout 2.5 times, I would say. And it sucks. And it kind of is, right? The millennial way. I don't know. But for me anyway, like I've hit burnout And it came because I was making myself, I didn't make myself, like my job as, as pastor was to go to these meetings I didn't want to go to, sit through, talk about things I didn't want to talk about, be accused of stuff I didn't do for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks on end, as the devil did, a dance in the right in the on the board. And it was awful. And but I made myself go, get up, go to the meeting, get crapped on. You get up, go to church, sit in front of those people and try to preach and teach and sing. And then Monday morning make myself make myself get up and make myself say hello to the family, and then Tuesday get back to work. And after doing that for weeks and weeks and then months and months, eventually my body stopped functioning. Like that's where I would say burnout is so real, in that my first sign of thing is, oh, my stomach hurts, right? Hello, Magic and Twilight. My stomach hurts. And so I have Pepto-Bismol in every room of the house. I have Pepto-Bismol in the car. I have Pepto-Bismol at work. I'm just drinking Pepto-Bismol all day long. Feel sick. Then comes, for me anyway, then came the 5-hour energies, just so I could get to church, and then go, so I can get to go, right? It was very black, especially after overnight. So now I'm living on that, and I'm still going to work. I'm still trying to do the thing. And then came the pain in my joints and my body, and everything hurts, and then I can't sleep. And then one day I couldn't get out of bed. Well, actually, right before they couldn't get out of bed, that's where suicidal thoughts started coming in. That's where I can't get out. I'm not going to quit. Everything sucks. I should just end it all. Like, that's where that was at. And so everything was really, really bad. And then all of a sudden my body just went, that's it. No more for you. And I couldn't get out of bed. I was just dysfunctional. And it was because, as he was talking about, right, it was going and doing things to places with people I didn't want to go anywhere near, but making myself do it. And not just for 4 to 6 weeks or whatever. It was for months, right? Sometimes it was like over a year. I was making myself do this week after week after week. There's one point I was working for a church, and I ended up working like 72 weeks in a row because I wasn't allowed to have a holiday. Like it was like and then all of a sudden it was like toast. With content creation, it is a grind. It's obviously a grind. It's always been a grind. Just the way that they do things, right? It's going to be, you have to show up, you have to do your shorts, you have to use stuff, you have to be consistent, blah, 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 all that stuff. Which, as long as you're enjoying what you're doing, or you're excited to be on stream, or you're excited to get in front of the canvas, you're excited to write something. Like if you're interested in your next guest, you're interested in practicing. Like as long as that stuff, it's fairly easy. You're like, oh, that's cool. Maybe it's a little more difficult. Maybe you get a little writer's block, or you get a little bit of, it's a bit harder to figure out an idea. But you still love the process, so you're still doing it. It's when. And this is the whole point of the month, this discover your purpose thing. It's when you're all of a sudden you're like, why am I even doing this? Right? Who am I even doing this for? What is the whole purpose of this? Like, I thought this was good. I thought I'd get attention. I thought people would like this, but they don't. And now where am I? What am I even doing right now? It's nobody cares. It's not working, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And now it becomes really, really difficult to create. So you push yourself. I always think back to, what year was it? It would have been like maybe eight years ago, probably the Apocalypse 2 on YouTube, like the second one, where all of a sudden everybody's favorite content creators were all coming out at the exact same time and taking a break. Burnout. Like they're all like, I can't create anymore. I quit. I can't create anymore. I quit. I can't. I need a break. I'm leaving. I'm so sick. I can't function. And then they came back months or a year later, and they start telling their story. And it was the same story every time. It was I started content creation and I loved it, and then something big happened to me, and I thought I wanted to capture keep the energy going, and so I doubled down and I worked even harder, and it was great for a little while. But then I discovered that this X whatever thing really worked. I think of like Jacksepticeye with Happy Wheels. Every time I did that, it blew up. Every time I did that, it was great. If I tried to do anything else, it wasn't as big. It wasn't as good. And so I was playing it and I was reacting to it, and and as soon as I turned off the camera, I felt like I hated myself. I hated content creation. I hated YouTube. I hated everything. I hated myself. I didn't have any friends because I was working 17 hours a day. And it's like, that was just my life for 2.5 years. As I was growing, on the outside, we're like, oh, you're making really fun content. And also, you got 1 million viewers. That's got 1 million subs. That's cool. On the inside, those guys are dying, right? And eventually, after the apocalypse and after the, kind of the second one hit, they just couldn't take it, and they're done, and they quit. And it's because and then continue the story. It's because they weren't making something they actually cared about or wanted to do, or et cetera. So they didn't actually find value in. They came back, and now they've seen it from a different perspective. Now they're looking at their money, looking at their time, looking at their energy, looking at their relationships, looking at their health, and going, I need to do this better. And so they start doing weird stuff. Like all of a sudden they've got like, hey, look at my coffee company. Now I have this side hustle with this really interesting thing. Or now I started a creator network, or I started a website that helps this problem. It's all of a sudden they're living out a different purpose. Are they still making interesting, entertaining creation? Yes, but it's less, and it's only the stuff they want to. And they're always saying that, now I make the stuff I want to make. Right? Because I achieved a certain level of success, I can do that. Not true. If you are making the stuff that you want to make on purpose for the people who need it, who you care about deeply, that you want to give this information to, give the message, or give the hope, or give the entertainment, or give the fun, or give the community, whatever you're giving to, it is self-motivational. Even if it's not gigantic, because you care about it, because you care about them, because you see value in your content, because they do too, even if you're not huge, it is very fulfilling. The unfulfillment comes when you are living in willpower mode, or you just feel like you're getting nothing back, right? Nothing back. And I believe, without any hesitation, saying that if you understand your purpose, like if you get why you serve, who you serve, what you serve, what you're going to serve them, it will solve a lot of this, the motivation versus action crisis, or whatever it is, stuff, because you'll actually see purpose in what you do, right? You'll see purpose in what you do. Where does that come from? That comes from God. That comes from knowing who he is, knowing who he created you to be, knowing your spiritual gifts, knowing your physical gifts, your talents, knowing what your passions are. It comes from serving people. And as you serve people, you discover the kind of people that you really want to help. And as you discover that, you discover where your content's going to go, and your content starts focusing on not only the stuff that you love, but also steering towards the people you want to serve. And there's a bridge there, and suddenly everything matters. You're not just playing Stardew Valley because you like playing Stardew Valley. You're playing it because it leads to opportunities for questions. It leads to opportunities for community. It leads to opportunities for collaboration. It leads to stories and entertainment and fun and moments that you can all remember, right? It leads to building a conversation, right? Suddenly it's more exciting, more interesting to show up because you have purpose. That's the whole point of what he's saying. That's the whole point of this chapter of the book. That was the whole purpose of my talk on Friday night, my whole talk on Saturday afternoon. That's what we talked about, because I believe it's absolutely critically true that you know this stuff. And remember, this is the stuff that I talk about isn't from content creation. It didn't start in content creation. It started with leadership development. Becoming a leader, becoming an organizational leader, becoming a person that other people can follow, becoming the kind of person that does things of value. That's where it started. And it was converted into content creator material because it was a one-to-one conversion, because it's exactly what content creators want to do, which is why it sounds like how to become a Christian leader, how to become a good, purposeful, godly Christian leader is the same principles as how to become a good content creator. That's why I teach it the way I do. If you're interested, by the way, on Saturdays at noon, Saturday Eastern Standard Time, we are, I'm giving talks. I'm going through the book, right? We're doing the first 4 weeks of the book. Next week will be week 3. If you're curious and you want to follow along and you're like, man, I want to know what my purpose is, I need some help, we have a resource that we are releasing or have released, one of the two, that is actually about going through questions, right, onto Discord, going through questions. What is my purpose and what do I need to think through and, you know, whatnot. You can come and ask me. I'm strongly considering, don't quote me on this, but I'm strongly considering just keeping the Saturday meetings going, even after I'm done doing the big talk, so that content creators have a place that they can come on the weekend. You know, it works for everybody from like the Philippines to like Vancouver, because that, you know, they're awake. And so they're, you know, then people can come in, we could talk about that kind of stuff. If you're interested in that, let me know. If it's something that you think you would value, as in like, I would love to sit with people and talk about that kind of stuff, shoot me a DM, let me know.
So what we tend to see, and this is what this paper shows, is that when you use controlled motivation, when you use willpower, a couple of things happen. First is when we force ourselves to do something, frustrations or setbacks set in. Controlled goals may have a hard time competing against other action tendencies, resulting in an action crisis. I.e., you can force yourself to do something, but when that thing gets hard, then you want to do what you feel like, is basically what it's saying. The volitional strength behind...
Yeah, I think you could also say that's also where you'll compromise, right? You'll compromise your integrity. You'll compromise your content, your creation, your community. Like say you do start creating and you are doing the whole willpower thing. You get to the point where you're like, okay, I need to do something next week. This is where you're like, well, you know, I could always just whip up something in AI. I could always just copy someone else's stuff. I could always just do a reaction video, the laziest form of content ever. You know, I could take, you know, you start, the vision was I'm going to be a content creator. And after 4 weeks or so where, you know, you kind of, things are really difficult. How do I make this easier on myself? How can I compromise my, you know, and then you're like, maybe I should steal some stuff. Maybe I should, you know, maybe I should do something different. Maybe I should change my goal, right? Your goal was, you know, even could have been godly, like God like handed it to you. This is what I want you to do. And you're like, well, what if I just alter that a little bit to make it easier, right? Because you're living in willpower mode, which is, it leads to error, it leads to sin, it leads to trouble, leads to compromise. And it's not a good thing.
Them is likely to fade once obstacles are encountered. So if you use willpower, I don't know if this makes sense, there's a good chance that you will need to use more down the road, right? Here's a really interesting thing. Controlled motivation represented an independent risk factor for developing mid-semester action crises after controlling for the personality traits of action orientation, which we can get to later. Controlled goals, by their definition, represent a conflict between external demands or internal pressures and inherent psychological needs and growth tendencies. So what does this mean?
My favorite thing is when someone's teaching and they're emphasizing words that we haven't explained yet. Tell me later. You're very excited about that. I hope you tell me why, because I has the dumb.
Means, this is insane, using willpower, forcing yourself to do something, is an independent risk factor for stagnation, for analysis paralysis. When you force yourself to do something, you are not overcoming analysis paralysis. This is the fucked part. You're not overcoming analysis paralysis. You are creating analysis paralysis. And even though that sounds insane, right? Because that's insane. If you look at your life, this is exactly what you see. You see that when you force yourself to do things, you end up having to force yourself to do things. Now, there is an element of conscientiousness, and that's what's pretty cool about this study. This study looked at conscientiousness and neuroticism. So conscientiousness is the tendency to work towards a goal with delayed gratification, without reward, things like that. Okay, so there are a lot of people out there who will use willpower, but this is the tricky thing. It's not that they actually use a ton of willpower. It's that they are more okay not giving into themselves in the first place. And there is absolutely, I'm not saying never use willpower.
Like, I know he's talking in circles because it's really difficult. Like, yeah, you're going to have to suck it up sometimes. Welcome to Earth, right? Yeah. But it's so much easier if you want to do what you're doing, right? Also, and I think this is the Christian spin on what he just said. If you see it as an act of service, as in you are serving others, with your content, with your life, with your purpose, where you're going with your work, with your like I don't want to get out of bed, but I have to, because not because of me, but because if I don't, you know, the world is a worse place. The people I care about are not going to feel good. I need to feed the kids. I need to, you know, get to work, because otherwise Jimmy's gonna, you know, fall off and get in trouble. So I need to be there. Like, as soon as you start making it not about yourself, and this is very scriptural, very gospel, start making it not about yourself, suddenly it's a lot easier to do stuff. And that's true. That's what he just said, right? He's trying to say, when it's not about you and you don't feel like it's about you for some mysterious reason. Well, the reason is because you're trying to serve others. That's the reason. And I will say this, and I've said this for a zillion days in a row, and I'll say it again. If you see your content creation as an act of service, it will make so much more sense to you, right? If you sit down and you're creating something, and the question is, who am I creating this for, and how's it supposed to help? What value am I adding to the world? What value am I adding to the people I'm trying to serve? You know, like, if that's your question, all of a sudden everything starts to kind of click into place. Well, it doesn't really add value. It doesn't really make sense. It's not really for those people. Be like walking into, say you work at a food bank, right? And there are people who are there and they're hungry. Your job, organize the food or whatever. And all of a sudden you get the bright idea that you're going to paint pictures, right? You're like, okay, I'm going to bring my paints. You know, it's going to be a lot of work. You know, it's costs a lot of money to get the pictures and the paint and the easel and the brushes and the canvas. And I'm going to bring it there and I'm going to do that, right? If your thought's going to be, well, is that going to feed anybody? No. Would it be nice? Maybe. I don't know. I would like it, right? But will it actually feed anybody? No. Well, maybe I should figure out a different thing to do, because all of a sudden having that service oriented, will this actually help somebody? Will it serve them? Will it love them? Will it create what I want it to create and bridge that community, bridge to that person? It gives clarity. And that's what he's saying, because it's easier, right? I don't want to stream today, but there are people, if I don't stream, that will feel lonely, that will feel distracted, you know, or because yesterday I said to somebody, I'm going to be here for you, let's have that conversation tomorrow. Or because you've had the experience of knowing that as long as you're available, somebody comes in and all of a sudden you can help change a life, or because, you know, any other reason, right? It's a lot easier to get out of bed, a lot easier to do this when you see it as an act of service. That's what he just said. Rye says, it's why you see New Year's resolutions often fail. Yeah, by February. Trying to see how long you can go or not do something, and having the fear of that one failure is going to ruin everything, instead of being passionate about the process. Yeah. Well, and the other thing is, most of the time, the thing that you're trying to change is a massive thing, but you don't want to tell anybody, so you don't have accountability. You are using willpower, so you're just kind of like, I will stop, but you're not replacing it, right? You're not like, I'm going to stop smoking, or I'm going to stop drinking, or I'm going to, work out every day, but you're not like, there's nothing in your life that you're bringing joy to. Like, it just becomes miserable work, or it just becomes a thing you can't do anymore. You're not replacing it. It is a critical thing to know that humans are bad at stopping things. We are much better at replacing them.
Willpower is great, right? So there are many situations in which, if we use willpower sufficiently, we will eventually train our neurons to be okay with something. That can absolutely happen too. But I want y'all to look at the bigger picture here for a moment and look at what many people experience. What many people experience is the opposite of that. Many people experience, I use willpower and then I don't feel like doing it. I use willpower, I don't feel like doing it. I use willpower. I've been using willpower every single day. I'm burnt out in my career. I've been in this job for 3 years. I force myself to go every day, and things don't get better. They get worse. Every day you have to fight more. Willpower becomes a drug that your motivational system becomes addicted to, and it needs more willpower and more willpower and more willpower to keep going.
So it's been said many times, and it's absolutely true, that willpower is a muscle. Okay? Willpower is a muscle. If you see it that way, it makes a lot more sense. And if you, at the very beginning of the day, you use willpower or decision, they talk about, decision fatigue, same thing. You wake up in the morning and you you decide to get out of bed. It's not like your alarm goes off and you just get out of bed. You're like, okay, I'm going to snooze for 9 minutes, and then this, that, and then all of a sudden you've made a decision. You had to use willpower. And then you're like, okay, what am I going to eat today? Well, you have to choose between either having a bowl of cereal quickly, grabbing nothing, getting a donut on the way. Okay, I guess I'll have to do something healthy. Now you've made a decision and you're using willpower, right? Okay, I'm going to go to work now. Do I need gas on the way? I don't know. Maybe I should stop. Is it going to be a problem? Now you did a decision. You've had to use willpower, right? You haven't even got to work yet, and you've already used willpower all morning long. And then when you do that at work and you do that all day, and et cetera, all of a sudden you get to the end of the night and your willpower muscle is tired, which is why after 7 p.m. you make all your worst decisions. It's not because evening you is suddenly dumb. It's because the willpower muscle that you've been using all day long is just done. Because when it comes to making the healthy decision, you've already made too many decisions today, and you're not going to do that, which is why it's so much easier to grab a bag of chips or watch the thing you're not supposed to watch or yell at somebody or, whatever it is, because it's just all day long you've been white knuckling, and suddenly you just don't have it in you anymore. That's it. The way that they say to solve this is, you, like, the night before or whatever, like, when you're going to get up, you just get up, and what you're going to have for breakfast because that's what you have for breakfast, and when you're going to get in the car, and it has gas because you gas up every Friday whether you need it or not, and you build a structure into your life that removes decisions, because then your decision muscle isn't used up, and so you'll be able to make better decisions later. Right? Because you didn't use it up all day. That sounds weird, but it is absolutely true. If you can build that structure in, all of a sudden it's just like so much easier to do things, and it's a lot more enjoyable to do life. Is variety the spice of life? Yes, but you can have variety later, like in the evenings. But don't do it in the morning or when you're struggling with your decisions.
How do we fix this? How do we stop being stagnated? So these are the kinds of behavioral things that we really lean into with coaching. So I'll give you all a simple example. When I was putting together the program, okay? So a lot of people get confused because they come into coaching and they're like, oh my God, we're going to explain what we do in coaching. We're going to give you all a cheat sheet right here and now of the psychology of how this works, okay? A lot of people think, I want my coach to help me accomplish this thing. That's not actually what coaches do. Coaches, it's really confusing for many people because they come in, the coach starts asking you about your feelings. So the key thing, if we want to fix things, is not to force ourselves to do it. It is to self-concordant goals are thought to arise from a person's lifelong evolving interests and his or her core values.
Okay, so this is where Taco shines. And this is not a commercial. This is just the way it is. Every other content creator, like, help talks about, like, keywords and audience retention and platform and all the rest of that stuff, and it might give you some sales training, as in, like, needing to know the one and needing to know your focusing your whatever. What we do at Taco is we talk about this stuff, right? What are your core values? What's the basic you? Who are you? Who did God create you to be? What is your history? What is your power? What is your purpose? What is your potential? What is exciting to you? What is interesting to you? What scares you? What's your story? And then let's connect that to the people that are most on your heart. What do you care about in the world? What need do you see in the world that needs to be absolutely fixed, changed? Like, what is it out there in the world that just gets you? I hate this, or I need this to happen. What is that? And let's move on to, like, what gift you bring. Like, what can you actually do? Like, and once you build, this is who I am, and this is what I care about, and this is what I love, and this is what I despise, and this is what gets me excited, and this is what gets me angry. You put all that together, all of a sudden, when you know who you are and who you care about and the need you want to solve, suddenly the content creation stuff comes far easier to understand. Right, far easier. Now the content creation is a bridge to the problem you want to solve and people you want to gather and the mission in your life. Like, what does that look like? Where does my content land? Well, it's in that gifting area. What are you able to do? That kind of thing, right? And so but if you start with, I'm gonna start with the content, and I'm gonna learn how to make the content way better, make it so good that other people want to watch it. You're gonna feel so empty. As far as I can tell, I think I might, other than leadership development stuff, I'm the only one teaching content creators this, because it seems to be lost. It's like, here's how to do TikTok, and here's how to use the platform, and here's how to do hashtags, and here's how to the best titles, and here's how to do a thumbnail, and here's how to, you know, create a really good Instagram, and here's the marketing techniques. And I'm just like, stop. You are at step 7. Let's go back to who God created you to be. What's your past? What's your history? Who are you? What are your gifts? What do you bring to the table? What do you care about? Right? Then we'll talk about that other stuff. All that stuff is icing on the cake. Oh, we got an ad break in a minute. All right. I'll tell you what. Yeah, that's a good idea. We're going to do an ad. I'm going to run a 30-second ad right now for anybody who's not, and we won't talk about anything interesting. I'll just run it right now, and then we'll get it over with. There. Let's see the ad. Did it work? Ad. There we go. I'm not even going to read Ukulele's comment. Not for another 24 seconds. I'm trying to be a good boy. This is hard. I was thinking last night, and I've been thinking, like, you know, how good am I at like the actual technical side of streaming and all doing the stuff you're supposed to do. And because I spent like literally, I don't know, 20 hours on the weekend working, well, last week or whatever, you know, on all this stuff. This is all very technical stuff. That's why I had asked myself, you know, is it helpful? You know, is it good? How am I technically? And one of the technical things you got to do is run an ad every now and again. It's just the way it is. Ukulele says, yes, so many people, I want to do X content and put Christian stamp on it because that is good. Of course. Yeah. I want, you know, I'm going to game, but I'm going to be a Christian gamer who has a good community and is different than the others. Yes. Okay. But like, that doesn't say anything. Like, as much as I appreciate, I want to build a community and be a safe place online for people who are going through a hard time. It doesn't actually say anything. Because it's like, who are those people? What is their hard time? What are you bringing? What is the content? Why do they want to come to you? What do you offer when you get there? Where are you bringing them? All that stuff, man, like, doesn't get answered by, I want to be a safe place for people to be. And they're like, not really like gospel share my faith, but more like along the lines of like, you know, just kind of be Jesus to people. Cool, but that doesn't say anything. Thank you for the subscription, Snark. Appreciate it. Are you sick of me? No, absolutely not. Why would I ever be? I have a list of people I'm sick of, but you're not on it. Don't worry. Weirdly said, won't talk about anything interesting. Immediately spills the secrets of the Illuminati and existence of reptile people. Yeah, just keep that during the ads so none of us get in trouble, okay? Yeah, because you know that the reptiles don't subscribe to my channel. All right, let's keep going.
Since autonomous goals reflect people's authentic values and interests, they allow individuals to draw upon volitional resources, such as sustained goal effort, to ensure consistent goal energization. So if you don't want... I know it's smart people talk. I know it, okay? But, like, come on. I was a preacher for a long time. So I get to read this stuff in like the, you know, the highfalutin books and all the, you know, the commentaries and the educational, like all the stuff I had to learn. And then I go through logos and read blah and Greek stuff. And like, and then all of a sudden I have to say it in like a way that makes sense. But it's really funny because if I dropped some of the sentences in some of my commentaries, it's just so obscure. Like, autonomous goals reflect people's authentic values and interests. They allow individuals to draw upon volitional resources, such as sustained goal effort, to ensure consistent goal energization. Like, that is rough, my dude. But all that says is, when people want to do the actual thing because they care about it, it lets people, it motivates people internally and keep doing it. Yep, that's what it do. Just killing me, man. For reading my husband distant, right? Yeah, killing me. I could talk St. Anselm all day. But if I start talking like him, I'll be committed. Yeah, I had that problem, dude. I read a ton of
early 19th century stuff. Just was reading the classics, you know what I mean? And all of a sudden, my vocabulary changed. My kids are like, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, "I'm sorry, I don't remember any other words anymore." And then you want to give everybody brandy for everything. That's what I learned. And no matter what the problem is, you got a psychological issue, physical issue, broken leg, you fell down the stairs, your mom died, brandy. That's the answer. Translating elite speak. Yeah, no kidding. Def have an academic speech translator to simple. Yeah, exactly. That's hopefully what he's about to do, right? That's now you said it. You smart. I get it. Now say the thing in talky people language.
To ensure consistent goal energization. So if you don't want to use willpower, if you don't want to become dependent on willpower, there are two things that you need to do. You need to ask yourself, what do you want? Why do you want it? You need to actually explore what you want. And the second thing that you need to do is focus on what you're going to do. So I know this sounds weird, but most people think that the problem is behavioral. How do I get myself to do something? And this is why everyone loves habit building, because habit building is about getting yourself to do something automatically without effort. And there's a lot of merit to habit building, but be clear, habit building has nothing to do with motivation. Habit building bypasses the motivational circuit. The biggest problem with building habits is that you never do extra. You guys understand that? Once something is habitual, you never go the extra mile with a habit, because the whole point is that it's programmed, it's automatic.
It occurs to me with content creation, thinking about that, is as soon as your content settles, it's really easy to just keep doing the same thing over and over, right? You show up at the same time, you play the same game, you have the same stuff with the same people, you laugh about the same jokes, and you just kind of done. You're like, oh, it was a good stream, and you move on. I think there's a good thing about consistency. In fact, they talk about how important consistency is when it comes to your like people expecting your content. Like they need to have expectation of what they're going to get, value. But at the same time, I think the stagnation thing could come from habit, right? You don't need to think it through. You don't need to be creative. I think one of the coolest things, what am I watching these days? It's so creative. I'm so bad at names. What is her name? She's often a VTuber. She often has a guest. She just did like a big old subathon. She is often wrapped in a blanket, sitting in like a table at the bottom of the screen. Why can't I remember her name? Anyway, she seems to be somebody who's consistently trying new things. And it's like, I'm always like, wow, you're doing something cool. That's interesting. That's interesting. And I don't mean it's not like me, which is not only trying new things, but I'm all over the map. Today we're doing Lego. Today we're starting a new, gotcha game. And today we're going to do a sermon. And today we're doing a Devo. And today we're going to be reviewing pop. And today we're going to be like, none of it connects, right? It's just because I'm all over the map. And I'm not saying that's good. She is better, right? She is better. Those people who you watch and you're like, I know what I'm going to get, but I also know it's going to be fresh. Those are people who are consistent, but not stuck in habit. I love his line that said, habit bypasses motivation. I think habit in content creation can bypass creativity. Yeah, I think I stand by that. Would you agree with that? Do you agree with that? Habit in content creation can bypass creativity. Argue with me on that if you don't think that's true.
Habit building raises the floor of behavior from 0 to 50. It never gets you to 100. It never gets you to 150. The people who accomplish at the height of their potential are not relying on habits for that extra bump. They're utilizing their motivation, their intrinsic motivation for sustained effort and goal pursuit. The other really interesting thing is
some people, the way that they do this is they scare themselves into doing it. Like I'm trying to think of the one like an example, but like it's like instead of working out, when they're working out, they want to get. I think who's it? One of the big strong guys. He was like trying to break a record, and he's like, so I visualized that if I didn't hang on to that thing, I would crush my children like they were underneath. And if I let that go, it was going to kill them. And so it let me get through. Like what that is, it takes it away from I will hold this thing for a long time to this, the most valuable thing in my life will be jeopardized if I don't, right? That is the difference between motivation and intrinsic motivation, right? That's that, and they use that mentally to do it, which gets them past habit and into, or like this, how much I can lift, into the realm of superhuman, because they're able to visualize it so clearly.
Is that when we use internal effort, you also manage obstacles better. In the goal-striving literature, autonomous motivation, i.e. wanting to do things, has been robustly linked to sustained goal effort, increased goal progress, decreased goal ambivalence, i.e. you stick with things, you're not internally conflicted, reduced temptation, makes you want to put down your phone, increased goal attainment. Also, autonomous goal motivation has been shown to moderate the effect of implementation planning on goal progress, okay? So that implementation plans are associated with relatively greater goal progress, okay? So what does this basically mean? This means that when you, this is kind of common sense, when you want to do something and you make a plan, making the plan is associated with goal progress.
Hold on.
How many of goal-striving literature...
Arguing with the guy who knows better than me. But, you know, read it. Goal-striving literature. Hold on. Since autonomous goals reflect people's authentic values and interests, they allow individuals to draw upon volitional resources such as sustained goal effort to ensure consistent goal energization. You can do stuff when you want it, when you want to do stuff, when you like it, or you find value in it. In the goal-striving literature,
autonomous motivation, i.e. wanting to do things, has been robustly linked to sustained goal effort.
As in, you will keep doing it.
Increased goal progress.
You will do it better.
Decreased goal ambivalence.
You will focus on what you're doing and not like, not know what you're supposed to do next, right? As in like my goal is I will pick up a 600-pound weight. My goal is I will get to 1,000 whatevers. My goal is I will be at this weight. My goal is I will, you know, go out this many days a week. That my, like, it's not, you know, like, oh, I need to go out more, or I need to lose some weight, or, you know, I want to get healthy. It is, this is the goal, right? As you want to do it, the goal comes into focus. For content creators, you know, the more, we can go back a little bit more again, for content creators, as you live within your purpose, and you care about what you're doing, and you know this is where God put you, and you know that your content bridges you to a community, and that you're having an effect on that community beyond the mere content, but into their actual like real life, like it is changing the world. Suddenly, you will you'll be autonomously motivated, as in it won't be hard to make content. It might be difficult to, like, you might still have to struggle with some stuff, but sitting down and actually doing it won't be as hard. You will continually want to improve, right? And you will, your goal for what you're trying to do, for who you're trying to do it for, will be laser focused, right? We just did this with Taco. We were like, are we serving the right people? Are we serving, like, we had an idea and we're like, man, it's not quite right. And so we're just like, that's it. Everything goes except for stuff we can do for content creators, period. Did it make some folks mad? Yeah. Were people like, hey, man, we wanted to do this other thing because it was fun. We're like, we're not about fun. We're about content creators. And that was, it was hard to do. And it made it, you know, it kind of stripped our whole Discord bare. But it's the right thing to do, because as we're striving for the goal, we know exactly who we're trying to serve. We're able to trim the fat more. Not that we're doing it perfectly. I'm still trying to figure it all out myself and whatnot, but that's what I'm saying. The more you know your goal, the more you care about your goal, the more important the goal is to you, the easier it is to do it. And the easier it is to know what, when you're not doing it right. And we do that in church. Oh, for sure. Knowing your one, why are we at church? What do we offer? You know, I think part of the issue with the church sometimes is they think they want to be everything to everybody, right? They don't recognize that there are other churches in the neighborhood that do things better. They don't recognize that they have their own neighborhood, and that neighborhood requires a certain take. They're just going and doing whatever, you know, the big churches do, or whatever their denomination does or whatever they've always done before. They just don't recognize it. Like I think of the weird thing that happened in Montreal was all of a sudden a ton of Spanish people moved in, just like a ton of people that speak Spanish were all of a sudden in this neighborhood, and the church is like, so we had to do a Spanish thing in Montreal. We're the land of the French people that is already bilingual and doesn't like English, only likes French. And so they're like, well, I guess, because this is our neighborhood, we're going to have to speak Spanish. We're going to figure that out. And that they're able to go, because our mission is, serving the lost or, whatever the mission was. And we can't do that unless we can speak Spanish. So we'll figure that out. It's, I think as long as the church doesn't know who they're trying to serve, they don't know who their community is. They don't understand. They're just like everybody all the time, forever in God and love. It's going to be really nebulous, and you'll be arguing all the time. How do we know what to spend money on as a church, right? Like, well, on ministry. For who? Well, for everybody. You got enough money to do ministry for everybody? No. Okay, cool. So who are we going to spend the money on? Well, no, I don't. Tell me. What are the issues that we as a church need to be solving in their community? What do we offer? What gifts do we have? What did God put us here for? What is our pastor, our board, our congregation? What are we good at that we bring that nobody else does? What is our church can do that the other churches, or not do that other churches are already doing? They have a food bank. Why do we need a food bank? They have a great, BBS. Why do we even need one? What do we bring? Like people don't talk about that. It's so hard to convince people to do that because it means you have to say no to some folks, right? Someone comes in and is like, hey, I have, I'm deaf and do you have a ministry for deaf people? A church that doesn't have focus will be like, ooh, we need to do that. We got to vote for deaf people. And then they'll try to find something and do it crappy and not do it right. And then a person will leave. Instead, they'll go, a good one will go, we don't. But the church down over there, they have a fantastic deaf ministry. The pastor's name is so-and-so. Would you like me to set you up? Right. That concept is foreign to a lot of pastors, but because they know what they can't do and they know what they can do and they know what others are doing. Anyway, I'm not going to go on a full diatribe, but that's kind of true with content creation too. And I'll ask you like the same thing over and over and over. What do you bring to the table that nobody else does? Everybody's doing your content. Everybody. They're all playing that game. They're all talking to that. They're all on the same platform. They're all, doing, saying that, especially Christian, we're all going to be a friendly, safe environment. Cool. What do you bring that nobody else does so that they want to come and watch you? Right? What is it? Because if the answer is nothing special, no difference, then you haven't figured yourself out yet. You don't know your purpose. You don't know your goal. You don't know your reason. You don't know your audience. And I was talking on Saturday. I blasted through it. I was flying through the talk. It's like at the end, everybody's like, wow, that was a lot. I'm like, yeah, I give you a lot. You have to go think about this. Here's the video, so you can watch it again. Here's the book, so you can read it again. You have to think this through because nothing else matters unless you get this right. You have to figure this stuff out because that's why we start with it. Who are you and what's your purpose? Most content creators still don't know. They've never thought it through. Never thought it through. Which is why they're like everybody else, which is why they're not growing, which is why they don't know what to do, which is why they don't know what content to bring, which is why they don't know who their audience is, or, they don't, then they're always frustrated and they don't know. Because they don't know who they are, or what they bring to the table, or who they're supposed to serve. Let's figure that out.
Has been robustly linked to sustained goal effort, increased goal progress, decreased goal ambivalence, i.e. you stick with things, you're not internally conflicted, reduced temptation, makes you want to put down your phone, increased goal attainment. Also, autonomous goal motivation has been shown to moderate the effect of implementation planning on goal progress, okay? So that implementation plans are associated with relatively greater goal progress, okay? So what does this basically mean? This means that it's kind of common sense. When you want to do something and you make a plan, making the plan is associated with goal progress. How many of us have been in a situation where we want to do something, or we should do something? I want to go to the gym more. And then we develop a plan and then we just don't stick with the plan, right? We think, that's content creation, man.
Not that I'm gonna keep harping on it because I've said it a million times, but like that is how many of you have said you want to be a content creator, made a plan to make content, and then started making content, but you're like, it's hard and things aren't quite right.
I need to make a better plan. I need to make a better plan.
This is my song. If you've been on the channel for long enough, I need to make a better plan is my favorite song. I do this all the time.
Missing the forest for the trees. So when I was sitting down and I was thinking to myself, when I was getting 10,000 requests in my private practice a month, and I was thinking to myself, how the fuck do I help these people? I took a group of noobs from the internet, 12 of them, and I was like, okay, I'm going to teach y'all some stuff. I'm going to teach y'all how to get people to do things. And this was the key thing. And you guys may remember this from many years ago. I did a stream where I drew this quadrant. There's like desires, values, shoulds, and something else. I don't even remember the model now. But the key thing is, if you want to have sustained progress, implement things successfully, it's about cultivating autonomous motivation, right? And this is where there's a bunch of people like the productivity like gurus on the internet that are like, forget about motivation, forget about emotion. We need discipline. We need willpower. We need consistency. We need habits. They're not entirely wrong, but this study actually shows that they're wrong, right?
They just, again, it's not that they're wrong. They're just getting there the wrong way. It's like if you're climbing a mountain, you know, and you had one person here and one person here and one person here, and you go to the first person, you're like, okay, we got to climb the mountain. And he goes, we're going that way. And he just starts walking that way. Doesn't matter what's there. Doesn't matter if there's trees in the way. He chops down the trees. He moves the boulders. He throws the rope. He's doing but he is climbing the mountain the hardest possible way. The next person makes a really good plan and is like, man, I'm going to make a plan. I'm going to do a really cool plan. We're going to be, you know, going here and hold on. And then they're sitting at the bottom of the mountain with like the maps and the topography and the pencils and the compass. And that's what they're doing. Right. No, that's not quite right. And so they never actually start climbing the mountain. The third person goes, why are we climbing the mountain? Right? Why are we climbing the mountain? Oh, at the top of the mountain, there is a goal, or because we need to help somebody, or because near the top of the mountain, you know, there's going to be something that completely changes your perspective. There's something valuable up there. Oh, okay, cool. Let's figure this out. And they start walking and figure it out along the way because they have a motivation to get to the top, because they want to get there, but they're not stuck in planning mode, even though they're like, okay, we'll figure this out, but you know, we don't need to not plan, but we're going to not get stuck. And we're not going to be charging forward, blasting through trees and, you know, chopping down rocks just so we can go straight. We're going to work our way there. That person will get to the top of the mountain. That person will get there and will continue. This guy who's just blasting through will get tired and quit, you know, and then someone would be like, well, you probably weren't motivated enough, you know. You just didn't try harder. Go try harder. And then they'll just get frustrated. But, you know, the person who's planning will eventually launch off and they'll, you know, keep going. But they're like, oh, I didn't realize this. I didn't realize that. You know, what's going on here? Because they don't know why they're climbing the mountain. They don't have any reason. They just know that the mountain is something there to climb. The person who understands why, who gets it and wants to get to the top, they're the ones who figured it out. That's the difference, right? That's the difference. For me, the make a plan thing, make a plan, is always kind of based in my numbers are wrong. And my numbers are wrong. And they the conviction consistently is your numbers aren't the goal here, dude. Your goal is faithfulness, service to Christian content creators, and creating a community online that is, you know, that you're pastoring. And okay, cool. And so the numbers come after I figure that out. But for me, I would get stuck on the plan because I'm trying to have my cake and eat it too, without, you know, trying to get the growth and get to do all the magical stuff and all the things that people say, plus live out my purpose. And sometimes they aren't. They are kind of different. Made a lot of plans for something, but when the time comes, I feel totally different so much of the time. Yeah, well, that could be tied to why are you doing it in the first place, or probably is, right? Why are you doing it? And it could be that you convince yourself it's a good idea, but you actually don't believe it, right? You believe it's true because the Bible says it, or your mom says it, or people say it about you, but you haven't engendered that issue yet. This is why, big fat guys like me, it requires a heart attack before they'll start eating properly, right? It's like, oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. I know I should eat better. I know I should exercise more. I know I should go for a walk. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. Okay, cool. Make a little plan. No, I kind of fall through. I don't feel like it. Then they get hit with a heart attack. And the doctor says, if that happens again, you'll be dead. All your body won't work, period. And you'll be stuck in bed forever. They go, oh, okay. I'll figure this out. And then they do, right? Suddenly they're, less salt, and I got to be careful with, and I got to eat the oatmeal and all the stuff they were supposed to be doing before. Now they could suddenly do. Why? Because they were just looked dead in the eye and told, you'll die if you don't. They were told that before, but they didn't believe it, right? They didn't believe it until they almost died. And suddenly, oh, okay. I guess now I care. Now I care. The trick is to care before the heart attack. Or, yeah, you know what I mean. All the pieces are needed. Just what piece different are missing might be different. Not sure what you mean, but I agree in principle.
There's truth to all of those statements. There are plenty of studies that show that the habits are good, willpower is good, effort is good. But if you want it, and this is the key thing, achieving excellence does not happen through willpower, does not happen through habit. Achieving excellence happens through cultivating your internal drive. So what do? We ask people questions. What do you really want? Why do you want it? What makes this important to you? You have to cultivate that internal motivation from the bottom. The second thing that we do.
Yep. Yep. That's what we talked about on Saturday. Incidentally, if you a bunch of content creators that don't know their purpose, and they want me to give that talk again, I will. Just say the words and I'll find a time to do it for you guys. I need at least 10. That's gonna be my number, because I have so much other stuff to do, and I'm already teaching the class already. This is critically important, but if we have 10 people that want to do it, you give me the list of 10 people, I'll do it. Okay.
Dispositional predictors of action crises.
Sorry, and the reason is because you can read the book, you can watch the video yourself. Okay. You can have the video, you can read the book, you read the article, all that stuff. So it's out there already. You could do it, but if you really want the class, I can make it happen.
Disposition towards action versus state orientation is considered in two circumstances, okay? So I'm going to explain this. There's one other element to understand. Human beings think in two ways. They think in terms of action, or they think in terms of state. This is something that is like so mind-blowing, but so few people think about. So here's an example of someone who thinks in terms of state. They always think about how something is going to make them feel, right? They don't think about what they're going to do. They think about what they have to do in order to feel a certain way. How much do I have to work in order to relax? They're thinking about the state of relaxation, right? How long do I have to be at my job before I can go home? And then I can relax. How much do I have to listen to my husband or my wife complain again about the dishes? How long until they shut the fuck up and I can finally be at peace? If you look at the world today, many people chase states. Chasing a state, when that chase becomes pathologic, we call it an addiction.
And one of the issues there is that changes. Feelings always change. All that stuff changes, right? We are way too volatile. Approaches to the dishes, right? Yeah. We are way too volatile for us to be dealing with how we, feelings. Feelings change, purpose, all that stuff. Like why, how do I get to, it's going to change. Clean is my happy place. Well, that's the thing. Like, the issue isn't the dishes, man. Right? If you're sitting there wondering how you can get away from your spouse, the most efficient way, making her the least mad or him the least mad, the issue isn't the dishes. There's something way, way deeper going on, because having your spouse be the least mad is not the goal, right? That is fear-based. that is selfish, that is non-service oriented, that is that's messy, right? It's if it's how can I serve my spouse, show them love so that they become who God created them to be, and I can live joyfully by looking, by being part of that, then suddenly it's a lot easier. Oh, is that your maid? She's your other half. Well, you're both each other's maid. you both live to serve each other, to improve each other. That's the point, right? To take care of each other, to draw each other to the best, to pick up where the other person is lacking, or figure it another way around. You serve each other, right? The whole role thing is so annoying, right? Men mow the lawn, women do the dishes.
I'm chasing oblivion with ketamine, with fentanyl. I'm chasing euphoria with THC, with video games. We are chasing states. There are two kinds of people. This is what this research shows. Some people focus on actions. The end goal is an action. What am I going to do? Some people focus on states. How am I going to feel? And the action gets tied to the feeling. The action is in service to the feeling.
You're not your equal, bro. Mm-mm. Authoritatively and all the positionally and all that stuff. If you see your spouse as your equal, then you're going to want her or him to pull an equal amount, right? That is a misnomer. You don't look at your spouse and say, you get 50, I get 50. And if you don't do 50, then it's not fair because you're equal to me. That's not how it works. It is, you were there committed to them. And if they pull 0 and you pull 100, your commitment stays, right? I get what you're saying, right? She's not the boss because that's fear-based. But at the same time, it's if she has the positional authority and that she's the expert in how the home runs and things like that, and she tells you stuff, your servant-heartedness is going, you know what? The person who knows better than me is telling me this is how it should go. And that's a servant-hearted way to do things. And it's kind of a boss situation. Different. It's not a marriage counseling thing, so I'm not going to get on that, but we'll keep going here.
For some people, the action is the end. So that's why we do two things. We first of all cultivate your wants, and then we ask you about behavioral change. Part of the reason that, I don't know if you guys know this, but at HEI, we now have NBHWC certification, National Board of Health and Wellness Coaches. And the reason that we went through that rigorous process, took the original version of the coaching program, buffed it up for focus on behavioral change. Health and wellness coaches are all about getting you to take your blood pressure medicine, getting you to actually alter your diet. They're all about actions and behavioral change. Now, in my experience, and this is what I think is super cool about this paper shows the crux of what I try to do with the people that I work with. First of all, what do you want? You really have to dig into that. Because when you figure out what you want, that's how you get to sustained effort.
So I'm going to show you the slide because I think this will help. This is the slide that I spoke from the other day. I think it's slide 17. Nope. Okay. It's a bunch of slides. Here is like when I was talking, this is the whole point. Like what he just said, like if we go back to what he just said.
Experience, and this is what I think is super cool about this paper. This paper shows the crux of what I try to do with the people that I work with. First of all, what do you want? You really have to dig into that. Because when you figure out what you want, that's how you get to sustained effort.
Okay, so convert this to content creation, right? If you're going to be a content creator that God uses, you have to see a need. You have to see something that you want to change in the world. And this is probably one of the hardest things that people can't grasp, right? They just like, what do I see that's wrong in the world? That you actually can, it starts with a need, whatever it is. And in that need, you get passionate about it. People see that and then they follow you, right? That's how you gain a following. That's one way to get an audience. But it is for this, like, what is the need? You don't need to have a whole lot of stuff if you have the passion to solve a problem through your content, right? What do you see that needs to change? Possess a gift, right? Or not that one. That one. Your passion, right? Like if you have passion for something, then it will be more powerful than charisma. It'll make up for lack of resources. It will increase your audience, increase your retention, compel your audience to get more motivated, to give you money and to give you time, right? If you share this stuff, your need, like the need you see, which is your burden, right? And you share your convictions to why it needs to happen. You share it through your gifts, as in you do it in a creative way. And then you share your needs. Listen, guys, we can't fix the burden and because of the conviction, because we need this. All of a sudden they will see that and they will want to get involved. So you tell them the opportunity to get involved, and suddenly they're like, okay, cool, let's get involved, because they see it. But it all starts, man. All this persuasion, everything starts here, man. You need to know why you're doing what you're doing. It needs to matter to you. And if you have no idea why it matters to you, you're not going to keep going. Thank you for the sub, my dude. I will take a spicy gummy bear. I love these. No, they're so good. But they hit me like a truck sometimes. They're good today. But sometimes I can't breathe after I eat one. Thank you for the sub. Whoop. How does everything work?
That's how you get to resistance to obstacles. If you don't focus on what you want, if you focus on your controlled motivation, which, by the way, I don't think we actually defined.
So if let me translate a little bit for content, right? If you have no need, if you see no need for your content, no need that you need to solve, no group that is going to get better, no purpose behind what you're doing, no greater destination, no greater reason, it's all going to fall apart. Like no matter how hard you try, you're not going to be able to understand your content. You're not going to be able to know what you're doing. You're not going to have audience retention. You're not going to, people aren't going to send you money and send you subs and send you, join your team and help you edit. All that stuff that you want can't happen until you figure out why you're doing what you're doing, what the actual purpose is. And if your purpose isn't laser focused, crystal clear. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. If you're not laser focused, like crystal clear in what you're doing, what are you drawing people into? Right? Like go back to the mountain thing. Like there's a sea of people at the bottom of the mountain, and they're all trying to convince other people to help them up the mountain. And it's like, okay, so one person's like, we got to go. Why do we got to go? Because we got to go. Why do we got to go? Because we're going. The other person's like, it'll be fun. It'll be fun. Look at the mountain. It'll be fun. Don't worry, it'll be fun. Another person threaten, if you don't go, I'm going to punch you in the nose. The guy who's going to get to the top is the one who rallies people around them and goes, okay, at the top of the mountain is this thing. It's really important that we get there because you and you and you and you and you and me, we need this thing. The only way to get it is up there. Gonna suck sometimes, gonna be awesome sometimes. We're gonna see some stuff. Let's do this together so we can get to the top of this thing, so we can all solve whatever this problem is that's at the top, right? And so they go, okay, let's figure this out. Let's go. Now you got 6 people climbing the mountain together, all trying to work together on this thing. Why? Because they have a crystal clear goal of something that will actually make their life better at the top of the mountain. That's how you build your audience. That's how you gain retention. That's how everything matters. We just talked about that with the church. You have to care and you have to know why you're doing it.
So let me take a quick look and show you guys this. I know I'm kind of... Controlled motivation subsumes the 2 least internalized forms of motivation on the continuing: pursuing goals in response to external contingencies, such as rewards or punishments. How do I get this reward? How do I avoid this punishment? Right? That's that state feeling that we're talking about. It's not about the action itself.
Yeah, that's if you don't go, I'll punch you, or trust me, bro, it'll be fun.
It is about chasing a particular outcome and pursuing goals out of internal feelings of obligation or pressure. This is another really interesting kind of mindfuck. So there's something called introjected motivation. This is when you think it's your motivation, but it's not really your motivation. It is motivation that you absorb from the outside world and comes from within you, but is really coming from the outside world. Internalizing the standards of the people around you.
This is actually, not that we're talking about this, but this is actually, I think, one of the big problems today is that because people don't have a moral place to land, right? If you ask them what right and wrong is, they're going to say, I don't know. right and wrong is whatever the law says. Right and wrong is whatever I feel. Right and wrong is, you know, whatever I decide is right and wrong. And so therefore, when that all changes, the law changes, their right and wrong changes, their opinion changes, their feelings change, the, you know, whatever. Suddenly they feel untethered, and so therefore they've got this problem where right and wrong doesn't matter. So, but they really need to be grounded in something, because the humans need to have gravity, otherwise they just don't work. And so they need to have a baseline, and so they're gonna have people that convince them. You know, they're open to anything. Like, well, let's talk about your feelings. Let's talk about, you know, open to your urges. It's open to your, you know, all that needs to be difficult. Here's a religion. Here's a this. You got tons of different options, because people are grasping for the moral foundation of their universe. And if you don't have that, then you are going to be convinced of it, and you're going to care deeply about it. This is a real problem in high schools, where they're introduced to a million, whether it be communism or socialism or LGBTQ or whatever religion, or you know, the whatever club or whatever gang or whatever drug, like they're introduced to this stuff. They don't have a moral foundation, and they don't have an ethical framework. They don't have a purpose beyond themselves and an understanding. What they end up doing is they just kind of give themselves to these places because they're looking for that foundation, and then that becomes super important to them. It becomes everything to them. If you challenge it, they will lose their marbles on you. They'll be like, you can't tell me what to do. These are the most important people in my life, and that's the most important thing that's ever existed in the history of the world, and you don't understand. And then as soon as they leave high school, get away from those places, it's like they snap back to reality, like, wow, that really wasn't nearly as important. And all the bridges I burned and all the horrible things I said really weren't worth it, because I've matured a little bit now, and I realize that things are a little bit different. And then they join a college and do it again. But like, it's that living by someone else's standard because someone has given you a standard to live by, it also is transient, right? Same thing is like, oh, well, you need to become a content creator to make money, or you need to become a content creator because, you know, we need you out there as a content creator. You better start creating content. I've heard that from too many Christian content creators. Just start. We need more. Like, no, we need people who know what they're doing and why, right? So if you're not meant to be a content creator, don't be a content creator. If you feel called to the digital environment because you have this sort of built-in need to serve, well, why don't you join up with some other folks? You know what I mean? Don't create content. Go help them. It's different. It's just such a it needs to come from within, something you really care about. It can't come from external.
So what do I do when I work with a client? What do coaches do when they work with clients? We try to help you get rid of your introjected motivations, the way you've been conditioned by society for what you should want. Are Alok, you're going to be a wonderful doctor one day. As long as I can remember, literally, as long as I can remember, my grandmother has been telling me I'm going to make a great doctor one day. She also said that to my daughter when she was 4, reflexively. You're going to be a great doctor, great doctor. And we think these are our motivations. They're not our motivations. And when we lean into this stuff, right, when we have these introjected motivations and we start moving towards them, we get into a stagnation. We get into an action paralysis. We don't feel like doing it. I don't want to.
Because it's not you. How many? And we've met a lot of content creators in Taco that don't actually like content creation. No word of a lie. They come to the class, or they come to talk to me, or they come to whatever, and you just discover they don't like content creation. It's not that they don't like, they just don't like doing it. I remember talking to one of them, it was like, you know, I know I'm supposed to work with, you know, be in the digital environment. I know people need me, and I really want to serve them, and I really want to, you know, be there for them because, you know, they need me. I just really hate streaming. I hate it so much. But, you know, you gotta stream. And I'm like, no, you don't. What? Well, no, I mean, if you're gonna be a content creator, you gotta stream, you gotta do that. And, you know, that's just where the people are, and you wanna, and I really want to serve them. So therefore I'm doing the thing I hate. And it's like, well, no, you don't have to just do that. There's like a 20 million other things you could possibly do, you know, including doing it as a hobby, or including doing something pre-recorded, or including not doing content and actually helping someone else's content. Like, there's a bunch of other things you could be doing that aren't something you hate, right? But somewhere in their brain is like, this is the only way to do it. This is how I have to do it. And you have to free them from that and give them permission to help someone else, or give them permission to do it asynchronously.
And then we use willpower, and then that just advances the whole thing. Willpower is an independent risk factor for an action crisis. Fucking insane. You are signing yourself up. And for the love of God, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that that is not your experience. That forcing yourself to get out of bed one day sometimes means you have to force yourself to get out of bed the next day.
It's funny. He edited the first F-bomb he did at the very beginning of the stream, and he just got to let the rest go. He's using old school YouTube methods.
It forces yourself to get out of bed the next day. Instead, what we really want to do is something that seems really counterintuitive. We don't think to ourselves, when I want this and I should do this, I think about how to overcome the want. That's the wrong direction. Why do you want that? What direction is that leading you? Because following your wants is easy, bruh. I'm going to play Dota all weekend. I'm going to play some BG3 and some Unicorn Overlord and some Split Fiction with my kids. That's easy. The really cool thing...
Unicorn Overlord. What's Unicorn Overlord? Do I love it? Is it my new favorite thing? Have I discovered a new favorite thing? Is it on Steam or is it only on Nintendo? What are you? This must be figured out. Oh, I still don't know what it is, but I know it's not for me. Unicorn Overlord. I'm sorry. Give me a shorter one. Why is it a minute and a half long?
Tis a grievous tale which speaks of Fevryth, one of stolen destiny, stolen minds, and stolen nations. Yet as the world stands consumed by immense evil, a fallen
so hard.
prince shall rise again, ring of legend lighting his path.
That is the Ring of the Unicorn, ancestral treasure of Cornea's royal lineage. Legend speaks of your ancestors wielding it to purify evil.
Nope. I'm good. But that voiceover guy was trying as hard as he could, man. Good for him.
Is that if you cultivate that connection with what you want, because the cool thing is y'all want to do more than just play video games. Y'all want to paint, and y'all want to learn more about AI, and you guys want to develop jailbreaking methodologies for AI. Y'all want to write books and start companies and meditate for 4 hours a day. Y'all want these things. So stop using willpower to get them. Questions? What to do instead? Yeah, so this is the thing, right? So you spend some time cultivating what you want. Ask
Well, ironically, you spend some time motivating, meditating. You have to think about what you want. It all starts with that. What did God put you on earth for? And who are you supposed to serve with that? That's where it starts. And if you don't know the answer to those questions, okay? The answer is serve wherever you can serve. Just start serving. Whether it's you go serve in a Discord, or you go serve at your local church, or you go serve in a nonprofit, or you go serve your family, or you go serve the neighborhood. Doesn't matter. Start serving. And then in that service, you will discover things that you don't like and things that you're not good at. And you'll be like, well, I'm not doing that anymore. And that sucked. I'm going to go serve somewhere else. And then you're going to go serve those people. And you're like, wow, cool. And as you serve, you will be honing the stuff that you care about and the stuff that you want and the stuff that you think is important and the stuff that you people that you care about. And then you'll bump into somebody along the way and they will have a problem. And you'll be like, I need to change that person's world. I need to help that person. And now you know who you're supposed to serve. And now you have to question, how do I do it? Now we're on the right track. What you do want and how badly do you want it? And how badly do you want it? Yeah, that's a very good too. Another king. Yeah, not bad. Yeah. Like if you don't care, like if you're like, I kind of want it. You know, I kind of want to help that person. You know, if it comes around to it, then you're not going to do it. It has to be something that you deeply care about. This is why you have people that are lifelong Sunday school teachers. This is why some people are lifelong environmentalists. You know, like for them, they figured it out, man. They're like, this matters to me so much that it's all I'm never going to shut up about it. I'm never going to not talk about this. They found it. That's the thing that gets them up in the morning, which means that everything else starts to focus, right? And when you attach that to the whole, treasures in heaven thing, also you're like, well, this is a bigger than me. This is something that is an eternal issue. I'm gonna, I need to get up. I have to get up out of bed. I have to, put away all that other sinful crap that's in the way. I have to figure out how to do this, on a team. I have to figure out, what to do with my money because when I don't have any money and I'm in debt, I can't do the thing. Everything starts to focus. Everything starts to focus. Next to charity streaming introduced me to my now husband, and now he's a church pastor, and I'm teaching discipleship. It's wild. I would never have dreamed of this scenario when we first met a decade ago. Oh, wild. Yeah. That's cool. That's cool.
Ask yourself, what do you want? Spend some time focused on implementation. What are you going to do? And be super careful about doing things to evoke a state. So if in your mind you're trying to get a state and then you are reverse engineering actions, it's the wrong way to think, right? Because then you're chasing a state. That's not a good thing to do. But what if when you meditate, you find out you don't want anything, just sit? Absolutely. You can just sit. But also I would say you can change your technique. Don't you need willpower for consistency? No. Here's the crazy thing, right? So I don't know if you guys remember this.
Thank you, Pastor Greg. 12 months. A whole year, and what a blessing it's been. Thank you for the inspiration to move my ministry in a different direction. I appreciate it, man. Thanks, Pastor Greg. God bless. Appreciate it. I will eat a gummy bear in your honor.
So autonomous goals are associated with sustained goal effort.
By the way, I just show you this gummy bear. You guys can't see it. It's red. All the dust that's on here is red because these are Frank's Red Hot gummy bears. That's what making them special.
Consistency on the planet. Let's be clear, okay? Consistency comes from wanting something. Mm-hmm. Who here is struggling with consistency to play video games? Man, I wish I could play more video games on a daily basis, man. I know some of us are anhedonic, so you guys have struggling with consistency, right? But who here has consistency with spending time on?
I'm anhedonic. Am I anhedonic? That get to be my label for 2026? Anhedonia. The inability to feel pleasure or joy in activities once enjoyed, often described as feeling emotionally numb, flat, or disengaged. Core symptom of depression. It also appears in schizophrenia, PTSD, and other disorders. Okay, let's not get into that right now. We'll talk about that a different day. Golly. It's a fun word.
On social media. Consistency, this is my whole point.
Yep. It's because it's giving you something that you want intrinsically, once you want inside of you, right? Or it's making you avoid the thing you really, really, really don't want, right? I do, in fact, struggle to play video games every day like I once did, but mainly for lack of free time. Adulting, right? Yeah. But you don't struggle with the desire to, right? You can't call me out like that, right? I'm like, nah, I didn't want a word for it, though.
Consistency does not come from willpower. A controlled motivation is a risk factor for an action crisis. Using willpower today buys you using willpower tomorrow. So some people will adopt the strategy of going hard in that direction, right? So it's kind of like one of these I'm thinking about these games like Sifu or I don't know, Risk of Rain, these games that get constantly harder. The further you go, the harder it gets. That's what happens with willpower. Action crisis number 1, you use willpower. You are buying yourself. You are staying in a job that you don't love. What do you think is going to happen a month from now?
Well, I think Dark Souls is a great example, or Dark Souls-like games. I don't understand why you play them. I don't. When a game gets hard, I don't like it anymore. There are games that are challenging intellectually, puzzles, things like that, whatever, and I can have fun with them. But when it crosses a certain threshold of hardness, I'm demotivated. I don't want to play anymore. Why? Because life's hard enough. I don't need to add it in my gaming. But there's some people out there that they want to play Elden Ring and Dark Souls and put out Lies of P and all these games that are designed to be very difficult. Then they got horror. They want to play horror games. They go and find them and they pay for them. And I don't understand it. But what would keep them going on the 100th try on that same boss? It's not because they're having fun. I know that because I watched enough of them do it. That's not the right word. There's something bigger going on. There's something greater happening there than this is fun. You know, there's a goal, there's a purpose, there's a big thing out there that is happening that they don't really like, that keeps them going. Spite, persistence to get revenge on what killed you. Maybe revenge. Yeah, revenge is a motivator. But it's like, just because it's hard doesn't mean you're not going to do it. You just got to find a greater motivation for it. Yeah, I just don't know what the motivation is. No, I don't have it. Monomania, just a singular passion in the one singular direction. Maybe. Nuts about that thing.
You are forcing yourself to stay in a job that you don't love for a year. What do you think is going to happen a month from now? You're forcing yourself to stay in a marriage that you don't want to. What do you think is going to happen a year from now? Consistency comes without willpower.
Yeah, there you go.
That's the crazy thing, right? Willpower can be still useful. I'm not like anti-willpower, but I think our model isn't supported by the science, or isn't a model that involves habit and willpower. And this is where a lot of the research on habit and the desire for habit comes from, right? We want habits because we know that willpower is inconsistent.
So I think one of the things he's dancing around, which isn't quite right, and that is, if you can build the habit through the motivation, right, through the willpower, and you see results that you like, you can build an intrinsic motivation out of it. Like, for example, say you do suck it up and you lose a bunch of weight and you go to the gym, and then you go out and you play, like 30 days later, you go and you play some soccer, or you go and you shoot a ball, or you go and you go for a walk at the mall, and your legs don't hurt, and you're, like you feel better, and you have more energy, and you're more positive. Before, that was like grueling and horrible. You wouldn't think about it, but now it's fun. Suddenly that the habit, the thing that you just did out of willpower, now there becomes an intrinsic motivation, because you're like, that was great. I get to spend more time with my family. I got to spend more time with my friends. I didn't feel so crappy. Now you got an intrinsic motivation. So like the habit and the willpower could start if it ends up there. Doesn't always though, right? Sometimes it sucks, and it sucks for a long time, and people tell you it's good, and you're like, I don't know why it's good. I'd rather, I'd rather die than do this again. But you tell me it's healthy, so I'll do it again. It doesn't work. But as soon as you see something valuable come from it, that could become an intrinsic motivation. But it can't be in and itself. My husband loves to strategize in Souls games, learning the moves, the patterns, and surviving. Good for him. I like Stardew.
That's why everyone loves habits. But the problem with habits is, once again, they simply raise the floor of behavior. They make sure you take your medicine every day. They don't cause you to excel in and of themselves. Now, there's an argument to be made that if we look at what excellence is raising the floor, which I think is a good argument. But when we're talking about like really knocking it out of the park, right? So when I think about, if you look at, not to say that we're great, but objectively, I think you can make an argument that this channel is in the top 1% of like channels on whatever, like on YouTube, mental health channels, right? There's a lot of great people who are probably better than us, but we do pretty well. And what's our inspiration? Our inspiration is not forcing, I have to use willpower here and there, but I fucking love this stuff. This is so cool. Mm-hmm. I love you guys. Talking to y'all.
What? What? That was unexpected. Didn't expect Careless Whisper to start playing. Okay, cool, I guess. Looking forward to that. But I mean, yeah, me too, right? I've been doing this for 5 years. I love it. The only thing that prevents me from doing it more is just, life. That's it. Otherwise, like, I've been like, man, I would do this 10 hours a day. If it wasn't for the whole my family and, everything else in the world thing. I could do this forever. I love hanging out with you guys. It's so fun. And when I'm on late, like if I stay here and I'm past 4, I start getting those little trickle raids from people who stop at 4. And then if I'm on till like 6 and I start getting the kind of the bigger raids where people are showing up and they're like, hey, haven't seen you in a while. That's cool. And all of a sudden there's bigger things happening. Talk about motivational, because not because numbers, but because I get to meet more people and talk about stuff. And like, it's so fun. It's so fun. But yeah, all right. That was cool. I hope that was helpful. I mean, the whole point of it, and I hope you walked away with this one thing. You know, if there's one thing I want you to walk away with, it is that you need to spend some time figuring out why you do what you do. That's it. You need to figure out why you do what you do. There's nothing more. Until you can do that, it's like what you're on earth for. Nothing's going to make sense, right? And I believe that starts with you understanding your place under God, right? That, you know, where you are in the fact that he loves you and the fact that you have a purpose, and he built you on purpose, and he put you in that family, and he put you in that place, that location. He gave you those gifts, that weaknesses on purpose. Like, you were not an accident, and that everything works better when you're finally figuring out how to live under him, not because he's so bossy, but because everything crystallizes when you realize that he gave you a purpose. When you're living that purpose, there's nothing more motivational. Jesus's description of an abundant life that follows him isn't a life full of work and self-denial. It is a life that gets rid of all the crap that makes you feel bad, and suddenly you feel like you have a purpose. There's a reason for your life. There's a reason for your existence. There's a reason to get up in the morning. And it's not just religious and going to prayer and all that stuff. It is because you get to live out your gifts and your desires and everything that God created you to be. I think that's where it starts. And then you focus it from there. All right. Okay, we're gonna take a little break. I'm going to give you guys something new, fun to do. Okay, so when I hit the break button, you guys are gonna see a brand new feature that I spent a lot of hours on, and hopefully it'll be fun for you. The only way to start it is !play. And you'll be able to see, and then it's self-explanatory. So hopefully you'll enjoy it. I'll see you guys soon. I'm gonna just, get some water, go to the bathroom, grab a food. I'll come back. Hopefully this is sufficiently entertaining. See you soon. I'm gonna wait till see what the answer is. Yeah, it makes sense. That tracks. But that's why I call it a guess and not an answer. You see? If you knew the answer, you'd be answering. Otherwise, you're guessing. That's okay to have a guess. What was that fun? Okay, so that was kind of fun, right? Explode. That's kind of fun, right? So there's 3 different phases to that. First one is basically a poll based on a content creator situation. The second is the word search thing to see if you guys to talk about not word search, what fill in blank could be fun. And then third is just a silly poll. It's a silly poll. First one is like a situational. Third one is a silly poll. All right, later, Zara. But yeah, that is basically, it's driven by AI. It's got an appy from Gemini 2.5. I thought it was at first the adventure game you set up a couple years ago. Well, I had that running last week. I did that for a whole week and literally nobody engaged with it. So I'm like, okay, it doesn't fit what I'm trying to do for the people I'm trying to do it for. Then maybe I should rethink it. And so I rethunk it into being content creator focused and something a bit briefer, easier to understand, more interactive. I think this is a better system. We'll see. We'll see. You guys only ever get to see it at the very beginning and very, very end. I'm actually considering, and I was going to do it before I ran out of time, and that is putting it down here, like how it created. Hold on, there, down there on the bottom, so that it just kind of pops up as a random poll every, I don't know, 10 minutes or so. And then when people punch in their poll, it just kind of keeps track. and I don't have to deal with all that. It just does something that motivates chat. That could be fun, maybe. I'm loading up Stardew, and we're gonna go to hang out at what's that town? Calico Desert. I've never been to it. Never been. So we're all gonna go, and it's gonna be fun, and you're all gonna have fun with me. What's lunch today? Pogos. Want to see something weird that I bought? Kind of fun. Here, check this out. Where are you? Where are you? Oh. Check this out. This is honey nuts. It is all, see how the bottom is like nothing in it? Because I had it upside down. It's honey. Which I think is super cool. Oh dude, I'm so digging it. I don't know how to eat it. Like, I don't know if I eat it with a spoon, if I spread it on bread, but I think it's just super neat. That's not bad. It's crazy. Oh, thank you, Samus. I don't know. I just think that's neat. I saw it at Costco, had to get it. Thought it was cool. But for lunch, we're having a pogo. Or what you guys would call a corn dog. But before that, thank you, Samus. I will eat a gummy bear in Samus's honor. A spicy gummy bear. All right, load. Nope. Controller. Load. Farm is a little bit more expanded. Not much. I probably only played like 3 hours since I saw you last. Maybe. Not even that. I know a married man. For those who don't know. A married man who often brings my bomb to bed, apparently. Oh, funny. I didn't make that. I didn't make the can't see command. I will be making a can't see command. Just so that if that happens again, you guys can see. So dumb. Abigail! Abigail, baby! She is the girl. She's the girl for me. It's summer. That means a house full of flies. Oh. She's also a bit of a bummer. Don't worry, I'll take care of him. It's fun. Oh, never mind. He's having fun. And then you get to give her a kiss. Hold on. Before we do that, we're zooming in. It's not weird. Whoa. There we go. Yeesh. I think 145 was what we did. There. Probably with a better name than corn dogs. See, you get to kiss your wife. Oh, it's so good. You wander around until you let the come back. Can you get the wife? Oh, it's so good. Best part of Stardew. Appreciate the lurk. In case you're wondering what I grow, I grow coffee. I freaking love coffee. So all I grow is coffee. Never ending, unceasing lines of coffee. It is pretty good. Coffee and peppers. That kind of reflects my whole life. And apparently a squash. But what I do now is also, I don't only have this farm, I have this going on down here. Because I absolutely need some wheat. So that's what this is all about. Keep profits up for fall. And coffee's so fast. Like if I go over to my kegs here, I don't know what they're cooking right now, but like coffee comes quick. Yeah, I didn't realize how much I needed wheat until I, you know, didn't have it. But you gotta feed the chickens. No choice. The chickens demand food. All right, see, they make a chicken. Oh, not a chicken, they make an egg. Can I hatch the eggs? I don't know, is there such a thing as an incubator in this? Corn definitely slow, but if you do some quality fertilizer, it'd be cash cow. Corn, hey? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. In real life, that's a big deal too. All right, so let's we're gonna take the gold, and I always take the gold stuff and I put it in here. And do I have any gold coffee beans? Not a nary. Oh, I did. I got 13 gold coffee beans. Cool. And we're gonna put the other coffee beans in here because we're gonna make coffee all winter. And we'll put the silver ones in there because they are for planting. Incubator to top left. What? In here? That was a nice loud noise. In here? No. Incubator? Barely newer. Is it in that room? I'm trying to put my seeds away. Doo-da, doo-da. I can go to the desert now. I just gotta empty my pockets. What should we sell? What should we sell? What should we sell? Dirt. Put the glasses in here. We're gonna go inside. We're gonna get push. Yeah, I don't think I got that yet. I'm still got the basic one. All right, so grab, and then this goes in the fridge. No, it's not gold though. Make sure that I don't need it. Hold on. No, it doesn't go into the community center. Neither does that. Neither does that. I can just go sell that. We'll have money to spend when we go to the desert. Cool. Dear farmer, I'd like to give you my wife. I'd like you to give my wife. That's better. I'd like to give my wife a star fruit for our anniversary. Are you growing any on your farm? If you brought me one, I'd be very grateful. Thought this Stardew Valley was taking a weird turn there for a second. I don't think I have a star fruit. I think I ate it. I'm growing star trees over here somewhere. Like, I don't think they're ready yet, though. I have, that's what I wanted to do. Over here, I have, two kind of plants growing. Oh, I can't get by. Oh, that's hilarious. Talk about poor planning. Am I right that this is a greenhouse? Am I wrong? That's a greenhouse, right? Yeah, these two are going to be weird, cool plants of some kind. Cool trees. I don't know what. Let's go to the bus stop. I've never been to the desert. I'm looking forward to going to the desert. I want to go to the desert. Sup, Hannah? Iridium. Q32 explosive space modulator. Or refined quartz. I got that wrong. That's fine. Whatever. I got a baguette. That's all that matters. Stop fishing. Okay. Hi. Mm-hmm. Is she drunk? She's drunk, right? Well, that was quick. It's like just through the tunnel. Who'd have thunk? All right, never been here before. What's your deal? I think I may have been catcalled by the roofers across the street. I couldn't fully understand what they were saying. Just own it. Just assume it is. Yeah, why not? Blacksmiths can open this for you. These troves often contain ancient relics and curiosities. Oh, I need to give him 5 of pretty rocks. 3 pretty rocks. A diamond for triple shot espresso. That's worth it. Spicy eel. And Bolden in PJs. Hey man, there's a guy out there for everybody. There's absolutely no rules. If you look remotely like a female, even then, if you breathe air, somebody thinks you're attractive. I have to give them 999 coal and then I'll get a dark piano. Midnight double beach bed. I should probably buy a double bed for me and my family. That's cute. A pearl? I've never even seen a pearl. A magic cowboy hat? 333? That's too many. I didn't have any of them, so it doesn't matter. Hi, Theseus. Good to see you. I'm gonna start hitting things with stuff. Aha! Cactus fruit. A coconut. Well, that looks like it's a ritual. I will now stand in the middle of this and spin. Mecca like a high, mecca hiney ho. What's up, creepy? That looks like something I should be doing something with. Dating someone with an accent? Why not? Can I hit this with a stick? Can I hit this with this? Can I hit this with this? All right, never mind. Those are permanent. Ooh, a cave! Before we do that, we're gonna take a little walk. Okay, is that not? Okay. My goal with my new forest farm is to use the greenhouses for most of my crops, which would basically just be coffee and ancient fruit. How do you grow ancient fruit? I have 1 seed. I think I grew it once and I don't know how. Might also do an easy seasonal cash utility crop. They go for forest with tappers, shrooms, logs, thick grass everywhere. Sick. Build a pass. That sounds awesome. Really, truly. Oh, there's a... Wow, this is a really interesting little environment. And I hit this old thing with a... Oh. Okay. Yeah, the tappers thing, I really enjoy that. I don't know, maybe it's just my Canadian nature, but having tapped trees full of maple syrup just seems to be just right for me. Hello. Got the seed maker? I haven't made one yet. I haven't needed it. Sandy looks proud. Oh, Sandy. Ironically, she's in a desert named Sandy. Badum ching. Welcome to Sandy's Oasis. Hey, you look just like the new farmer that Emily wrote to me about. Then the bus line to Stardew Valley is back in service. Oh, I'm so happy. Me too. What do you got for me? Wow, that's shady. Here's a shady guy. What do you got for me? Cactus seeds, rhubarb seeds, beet seeds. I gotta get those. Starfruit. Rhubarb. Rhubarb. Score. I'm set. I needed all that. Let's talk. Please visit again soon so I get so bored out here. Aw. What's your deal, bud? High luck days only. Oh, that's interesting. I never thought about that. Seriously. Cool. Smart. My dude, the bouncer. What's up there? I bet they don't tell me. Probably had to bring the bouncer something good, like a coconut. I'm gonna give him a coconut. Or no, a baguette. He looks like a man who wants a baguette. Hello, sir. Would you like a baguette? He does not want a baguette, in fact. Who doesn't want a baguette? They make amazing French toast. Okay, the desert isn't huge. All right. The high luck day. I asked somebody earlier, like, what's the deal with luck? And they're like, it doesn't change much. It does change a little bit, like what happens in the mines or whatever. But turns out it does change a lot. If I don't go home at the right time, does the bus leave? Am I stuck in the desert all night long? That's so scary. What is the deal? Push the button. Okay. Wasn't water. That maybe wanted water. You insert the skull key into the skull hole. It's a perfect fit. I did it. I know, right? Yeah. What's the recipe for a farm totem? Hardwood, honey, and fiber. I have all that. Honey's hard to come by. I'm gonna have to build more honey bee hives. What are those? Wood, coal, iron bar, maple syrup. Yep, I can do that. Cool. Is it me or are the rocks harder over here? I need to upgrade my pickaxe. I thought it went in the square. Yeah, you obviously that's for something. Ah! What are you? Gross. Ow. Oh, there's a blob. Let's arm ourselves and hit the blob in the face. Hey, blob, what's up? I need a better weapon. Clearly, I need a better weapon. Dang. I better eat my... Oh, he's still killing me. I thought he died. Where are you? I'm gonna go eat my baguette. Mmm, delicious, but not nearly enough. Can I eat a coconut? I didn't bring any food. I don't want to eat my coconut. Maybe I'll eat one coconut. I can't even eat the coconut. I didn't bring any food. Can I eat a cactus? That sounds like a bad idea. Let's just check that, shall we? Oh no, it works. I can eat it. Yes. Cool. All right, good. I know I'm not gonna die. Probably. I would finish the mines and get good gear from the guild before a real skull cavern attempt. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't have enough gear. Like my sword is woefully inefficient. Wow, he hits hard. Please don't kill me. Keepers. I have things now. I'm excited because I think I can go to a museum and give them more stuff. I'm gonna leave. I feel like I'm gonna die. Run away! Yeah. Okay, that was scary. Throw fish in the water. Oh, I'm playing music still. What is that music? I don't remember jazzy music being here. Nice when there's no music, I guess. A stick. Yippee freaking dippy. Is there nothing here? I'm gonna try one more time. I think I may have found garbage. Okay, it does wait for me. That's nice. Oh, can't go that way. Can I go through the tunnel? Because I tried before, and it worked. I was really excited. 1% now on PC. All right, Rye. Yes, let's go to Stardew Valley. It's nice that she waited for me. Sat there all day waiting for me just to come back so she could take one passenger. Cool. That was fun. But I agree. I need to be a bit more prepared for that dungeon, man. But check this out. Watch this. Let's see how much of this stuff actually goes in the community center. Neither of those. Fascinating. Literally nothing. I thought for sure we'd have some community center stuff going on. Okay. Let's, we need to plant some beets, man. We need to plant some beets. I don't know where to plant them. The reason I need to plant some beets is because I have a quest that requires me to have beets. Out of season? What? Oh, that's rhubarb. Hold on. Beets in the fall. Oh, they're fall. Okay. Takes 13 days in summer. That would bring me to 28. I have time for starfruit. So let's put some starfruit in the, I guess we can only do starfruit. I didn't realize beets were a fall thing. Kind of makes sense. I mean, I did 3. Yeah, funny. Okay, we're gonna go to the museum tomorrow. We're gonna get our, do we have any rocks that we need dealt with? A seed of the coconut palm. It has many culinary uses. It says seed. Does that mean I can plant a coconut tree? Does that mean I can plant a coconut tree? Find out. No, I can't. Bummer. Okay. Well, we'll put some stuff in here just in case. I don't think we need poppies. We have nothing gold. Oh, that does go in the museum. Okay. We'll keep a poppy then. Anything else? No. All right. We'll keep the cactus and the star coconut. That's about it. Put the rest of the coconut in the fridge, maybe. You never know. You never know. I don't want to just give it away or sell it. You never know what you need it for. Fire quartz. I probably sell that. I shouldn't sell the emerald. I think that probably goes into the museum. All right, we'll put that away, and then we'll try an adventure tomorrow. What should I do though? I mean, I have some things I got to do. Hold on, let me check something. I will put my hand in mustard. Says a soldier's star. Get him a star fruit. Mysterious key. Place 10 beets inside. See, that's what I need. I need to place 10 beets inside Mayor Luce's fridge. You know, I can do that once I get beets. Aquatic research. Bring Demetrius a pufferfish. I got one, but I gave it to the community center. Bring a leek. Apricot. Fish stew. Reach level 100 in the Skull Cavern. Ooh. Bring Willie a squid. I still haven't caught a squid. Yeah, I got so many things I gotta bring people. What about being a squire from Monty Python and the Holy Grail and follow people with a coconut? That click, 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 click. That would be something. Let me tell you what. For sure. For sure. Hey, kitty. He gave me a fish. How you doing, Quiz? Hope you're well. For Renfair? Oh, definitely. I think your calves would explode, though. Because you have to, like, you do that clopping motion the entire time. Hey, I woke up early and did some exploring on my own. I found this, and it reminded me of you. You gave me amethyst? Oh, well, honey, how about you have some amethyst? It's your favorite stone. It's so pretty. That worked out. Think you can find something better than that? I'm not so sure. No, I probably can't. You do love your amethyst, don't you? Amethyst? The plural for amethyst. Put all this stuff away. Organizing is not as fun. You know, it's not super fun, but I have learned my lesson from Minecraft that you really, really, really gotta keep it organized. Otherwise you'll go crazy. Okay, what goes in the poppy does, but I don't think anything else. Nope. Cool. Chop her away. Fire away. I don't know if it has an emerald. We'll keep the emerald. And we'll go put the poppy. Maybe we'll give someone some jam. Yeah. You've entered the Skull Cavern. Well done. I've got a better challenge for you, kid. Make it at least 25 levels deep. I've got a mountain of gold to send you if you can do it. Aha. Sure. No problem. Need to go to what my Aragorn cosplay would do much. Oh, yeah, for sure. Got more reactions from my... Of course. Well, yeah. What are you talking about? That was so good. Your Revan cosplay was awesome. Okay, and then slime, and then clay. And then we're just gonna go. Ooh, there's more stuff in here. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Cool. Keep my eye open on this stuff. No, don't eat the throwing squash. I needed that. Probably. Maybe. I don't actually know if I need it or not. Oh, I got it. I got another one. Hooray! Don't eat it, dummy. Is that it? We good? Nope. Got peppers. Are you pops yet? No. Okay, let's go. Right after we plant these seeds. Cheapers. We're just gonna go to the community center. I'm not really fulfilling any of the tasks they've given me, but like I don't feel too bad about it because there's so many things I can do and that they want me to do that I'm sure I can pick it up eventually. That singular pogo was not enough. I thought that was enough food. It was not. Okay, here we go. Hello, RHR Reborn. RH Reborn. Nice. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. All right. All right. I think, no, hold on. What am I actually trying to do? Pepper? No. Poppy? Just the poppy? Nothing else? Really? You sure? Oh, poppy and the sunflower. Nice. Okay, good. Probably, I bet it's over here. I'm gonna guess. Welcome to the XtianNinja channel. Mission here is to help content creators discover their purpose and then serve the community online. I've been a pastor for a long time, and I love talking about pastory stuff, life stuff. That is clearly not it. What to do? I can give it an egg. I have brown egg, I have white egg, and I don't have any other stuff. Can't give it goat milk. Gross. I don't have any fall stuff. That's coming. Summer? I might actually have some of that in the, I might actually have some of that in a different, in the cave. Go to the cave. Probably in here. Nope. Oh, the chef wants a poppy. Of course he does. Why wouldn't he? Fried eggs, maki, and truffle. I can make these two. Okay. I can make a fried egg. Oh, it's magic. If I had those starter sounds, that's what yours would be. I completed the bus. And I did the vault, and I did the one that took all the money. I have a stick for you. You're welcome. I didn't get a single, like, geode out of that mining experience, although I only broke like 20 rocks. So, like, your grandma just accidentally called? Oh, that's hilarious. I'm gonna go inside. Just wanted a quiet moment. I understand. We all need that. Nope. I can sell my emerald. Hooray. Let's go back home and check my... Because it's where the good stuff is. How dare you? Don't judge me. And check the cave to see if there's I have any fruit in there that might be helpful. Everything's quite a walk. I really wish I could move faster. Ooh, look at diamond. Thanks. Look at all that. See, I told you. I haven't been in here for way too long. Great. I'm gonna have to dump some stuff and come back. Yeah, I get a free diamond every once in a blue moon. Okay. First things first, we're gonna dump off the gold star stuff. Cause you got to. Gold. Gold. They give me some good stuff in there. But the pomegranate, I don't, okay. But they wanted a pomegranate at the community center. No? Okay, cool, I guess. The flower goes outside. You don't want a wild plum either? Wait a minute. Cherries? I'm kind of shocked. I thought for sure I saw a pomegranate in the needs. I definitely saw eggs. Okay, I'm bringing a pomegranate. What else did I see? Did I see a plum? Bring one of these. Bring one of those. I guess a strawberry. Is it not perfect? Yeah. I thought it would just, it would just tell me. What else did I not see? I should probably bring a few things then. All right, cool, I guess. Hello, honey. Have we talked yet today? We've not. I want to say I appreciate all the hard work you do for us. I'm really proud of you. Thanks. Why won't you kiss me? You lie. You lied to me. Look at the button on the right of your inventory, the community center bundle. Yeah, right here. Okay. Brown egg, white egg. I don't know what those are. It wants a tomato. Oh, that's a tomato. And a melon. Okay, I don't have any tomatoes. I don't have any of those. I have not grown a melon yet. This wants a freaking hazelnut. I have not given it a hazelnut. Okay, that's what I got wrong. So it does work. I thought that was a pomegranate. It's a tomato. I have not made a tomato yet. I'm gonna go put that back. I figured it wasn't. I thought it wouldn't be it'd me, not the game. Okay, and then star. We are gonna sell some stuff. We have to. Diamond, silver, essence, wild plum. I better put that back in the fridge. Oh no, it's just a normal wild plum. We're good. I don't even have any cherries in there. I should go put some of this stuff back in here because there are some things I don't have. Like, I don't put cherries, and I didn't put plum. I do have raspberries. Definitely have blackberries. Good. Right? Yes? Cool. Sell the rest? Probably. Sell. Not the eggs, though. Because those actually do go in the hot pepper jelly. I should hang on to that. Emerald. Squash. No space in the exclamation point. First person I see gets jam. That's how this is going to work. That's the Discord. That's the Taco Discord. So I'm the executive director of the Alliance for Creative Outreach, which is a network dedicated to serving, resourcing, taking care of, equipping Christian content creators all around the world. We've been going now for a few years, and we got a book, we got a class. Our job is to just make sure they feel cared for. We're doing a class right now, actually. On Saturdays right now, we're doing a class at, I think, 7 noon, at noon, 12 p.m. It's open to anybody but the private classes, which are like groups where you can actually spend some time chatting with each other. Those you got to join. You got to ask to join. The teleporter thing would come in handy, let me tell you what. So much wandering around. I guess some days you just gotta wander around, check your stuff. You've got no choice. Garbage, crab. to the community center, drop off our eggs. Which, weirdly, like, doesn't blink. So why? Let me check. Let me just triple check here. Large egg. Okay, hang on. These are egg. Okay, that's your problem. What's the beauties of mods? What do you mean? I don't need to buy anything else. I really don't. Oh, first person I see gets jam. I said so. Jam for you! You're welcome. Feel lazy today? We'll have some of that jam. That'll perk you right up. Oh, easier warping. Oh, I see. What's up, dude? This weather's not good for sports. I have to lift weights inside. Yeah, I suppose that's true. You poor guy. See, I have said this 1,000 times, but like, the friction that you get from playing, right? Like with having all this stuff is built into the game for a reason. And I get that you played a whole bunch, so it's different for you. But like, for me anyway, it's like the friction allows me to have to win the game, has motivation. This happened with Minecraft all the time, and that is people just stop playing because it gets dull. Oh, this game is, oh dude, it's so much so. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Very peaceful, very fun. It gets a little dicey when you're in the mines, but ultimately this is the coziest of cozy games for sure. I'm gonna keep the crab because occasionally I can make a crab thing. A little bit of organization, but it's very, I guess, very farmery. It is a farm sim, you know, kind of wandering around and doing stuff. Okay, take a little walk. That's why they add more features, more NPCs, more story. Yeah, exactly, because you've already played it. Yeah, that's why I backtracked a little bit, because like you've already done the stuff. Like I have not earned the right to say that I played enough that I deserve mods. And besides, I'm having fun, so it's not like I need mods because I'm like, oh, this is dumb or whatever. I think Minecraft is a game that you actually could say requires mods, because it there's some things that are just like there's a little too much friction, or you know, purposelessness, and there's some people that, you know, they just don't like that at all. We can leave that there. Question: do you recommend getting a Switch 2? I'm not buying it, of course, but I'm curious what you think about it. I think the problem with the Switch 2 right now is that it is extremely like there's not a lot of games that require it. You have to like as in like there's not a lot of exclusives. It's quite expensive and getting more expensive. Like right now they are jacking that thing up really far. So that's another reason to consider not doing it, because the games are going to be wildly expensive. It's a luxury system for sure. Ultimately, yeah, that's what I say. The exclusives aren't that great, and it's really, really expensive. There are better platforms you can have fun on that aren't the Switch. I'm a Nintendo guy. I like Nintendo games. I have a Wii. I have an N64. I have like, we have like 3 Switches in the house. Like it's not like I'm anti-Switch for sure, but I will say that like there's nothing you can do on the Switch 2 that is more fun. You know what I mean? Unless you really, really, really like Mario Kart. You gonna do Stardew? You learn to do Stardew one day? I don't know. Yeah. What does it even mean to learn? Right? Like, you just hang out. There's lots to know, I guess. but it's not, the learning curve isn't hard, and the consequences are low. Like, if you're playing Minecraft, oh dang it, you can end up, like, messing up and you die and you lose all your things. You get all upset, you know, because you're like, man, I didn't want to lose all my stuff, and I gotta get it, and you get frustrated. This isn't the case here. Like, there's another season coming. You don't have to panic too much about not being able to get, because you can come back around. I don't think and I wouldn't know, but I don't think I've like missed anything because I wasn't quick enough, you know? And the fact that I don't notice says a lot. Tomato's a fruit? Why won't you guys give me a tomato? Acorn. I'm in the habit of checking now. Just to make sure I did. I have to check and make sure I can get everything for the community center. What are you cooking? What did I put in there? It's taking forever. Oh, hang on to the coal. Other than that, just this thing. Okay, I was thinking of a new Pokemon game that come out in 2027, not ZA because of ours. That game is trash, so we're gonna, no, dude, I get it. Some games are trash. It's, but yeah, I don't think it's worth it. Honestly, I don't think it's worth it. If you're trying to kill time and you're trying to just kind of like have fun and you need a game to play and you want it to be portable, there's a lot of games out there that you really don't need, you don't need to switch for. In fact, they have spent a lot of time trying to convince people that, you know, the hardware is good, but you don't need it, especially if you're portable. And for the price that they're going to charge now, you can get yourself a Steam, or I don't know what they're called, you know, a device that can play Steam games. That's plenty. Then they do Minecraft. Exactly. See, I used to really like Minecraft. I really did. I was a Minecraft boy. I played it a ton. It started giving me motion sickness, and I just got so bored with it. I have a really cool land. Like I put a lot of work into it, and it had really cool builds. But you know, I'm just like, I'm bored. I don't want to play this anymore. And ironically, jumping into this game is super similar. Like, it's very, very, very similar, but like it just feels better, I guess. Maybe it's because it's simpler. It's less friction. You know, there's nothing between me and success. Because it's as much as I want it to be. At least I'm enjoying it. For now, like, and this is actually, I think I've enjoyed this game for more and for longer than I probably have any other game. You get bad motion sickness for Minecraft. Yeah, it is. It is a thing that happens, you know. Still not as bad as when I got the got motion sickness from Spyro. That, I almost died, man. I got so sick. It was so bad. I don't know if you guys have ever played Spyro, but I actually paid for the Trinity. It was on sale. It was like $3 or something. I don't know how much it was, but it was cheap, and I got it. We played it for 10 minutes. I was watching my daughter play. I had to go lie down for an hour. Like, it made me so sick. Okay, off to bed. After I put the garbage in here. There we go. Such a chill game. I'm gonna sell this stone. I don't think I need it for any recipes. I don't need the fish. Yeah, we can just get rid of it. All right, we're good. Go home. What do we do tomorrow? I don't know. That's the hard part with this game, I find, is that I'm like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. And right when I start saying that, I get a letter that says, hey, here's a thing. And then I can go do that. Forged items are always highest quality. Tracker, location of forgeable items revealed. On the map? Which one should I get? Part of me thinks that the tracker would be helpful if I needed something specific, but I don't ever look at the map, and I wouldn't think to do that. And I've already foraged everything I'm going to forage. So, well, you know what? Now that I think about it, if I look at the map and I see that there's nothing on the beach, then I don't have to go there. I'm going to get the tracker. Money, money, money. I want to grow some beets. All right, let's find out if I can do anything for the people. What's up, Augie? Do. Hello. It's hard to believe we're finally married. It is hard to believe, but we kiss all the time. You think that would be a reminder? All right, cool. What do I get? Coal? You turned my garbage into coal. Holy crap. Look at all the coffee beans. Those things are just... They're prolific. They are going to be my cash crop. I love coffee beans. I don't need that many. I can probably sell a whole bunch. Hey, we kiss on the argument. Is this a kissing stream? It is when Abigail's involved. Me and Abby have a connection. It's just so deep. How's Augie today? How you doing, man? How's life? Hope you're well. Anything else? Can I get some hops? No, I can't get any hops. You are getting watered, aren't you? Yeah, you are. These guys are getting watered. Stop complaining. Oh, I can get wheat too. Score. I presume I can put this in the silo? I guess I can go feed my... Yeah, you could need food. I'm sorry. My bad. I forgot to feed my chickens like 2 days in a row. You're welcome. I had 47-year birth reminder. Oh, good for you. Oh, dude. I went to Costco yesterday, and I was looking at the vitamins, and I saw vitamins for 50 plus, and it occurred to me all at once that I am 48 years old. And I could get the 50 plus one and it wouldn't be bad. And I thought, oh, that's kind of sad actually. But I don't feel that old. I've never felt my age. And you thought you were exactly. I'm old, man. I'm older than dirt. It is a true surprise, even to me. For some people it is, but to me for sure, that how old I am. I'm 29. Go Hannah. Yeah. What anniversary? I don't know, 27. Yeah, what does that even mean anymore? Copy, you go in here. This is gonna be, I'm setting up a Starbucks in Stardew Valley. Stardew Bucks. Starbucks? Stardew Bucks? That kind of works. I'm gonna put the eggs away. I don't know what to do with the wheat though. What do I do with this? I can't eat it. I think there's a recipe that needs it. Hold on, let me check. That's just wood. Maple syrup makes a bee house. Mayonnaise, earth crystal, copper. Oh, that does. Earth crystal is required for some stuff. Didn't know that. Stone, hardwood, copper bar. Okay, that's easy. Copper bar. Okay, cool. What's the loom? That's easy to get. Pig, copper, iron, oak resin. Easy. Buy a mill from Robin and grind the wheat. Oh, is that what I do? Okay. But I thought for sure there was a recipe though. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, explain the slime to me thing. Slime egg press, slime machine, slime incubator, slime egg. Like, what do I do with this? I got 100 slimes, and then I make a slime egg. What do I do with a slime egg? I put it in a slime incubator to create slimes. Why would I want to do that? Because if I could just go to the mines and kill 10 of them instead of having to get 100 of them to make one, why am I doing that? I don't understand. All right. Okay, cool. Let's go talk to Robin. Maybe I need a mill. I don't know what I need to bring. Look at all the owls I got. I got 3 owls. I don't know why. You need a slime hutch. Make a little slime. Oh, hello. Slime force of slime and then sell it. Hello? Yeah, he barfed on me. Here comes my wife. Gasp, says Abigail. Throwing rocks, throwing rocks. Killed him! Dang, Abby! She doesn't fool around. She does not fool around. Zin. Am I dead? Did I die? Did I just die in Stardew? I killed myself in a cozy game? Of course I did. I can play video games. Are you okay? No, I'm clearly dead. Boing! I'm alright. Looks like you're just scraped up a little. You had me worried. Alright, did we find an alien? What is that thing? Go kick it, Abby. Water? Or worried? I've never taken a life before, but she wanted to, okay? We all know Abby isn't gonna end this with, and I feel bad, it's gonna be, and it was great! It's sad, but there was no other option. Monsters don't deserve our sympathy. It's a harsh world, kid. Did you have to kill him? I don't like any of those options. I want to give her a high five. How do I do that? Monsters don't deserve our sympathy. It's sad, but there's no other option. I guess that there was, though. You could have just let me die. I'm not gonna make her feel bad. I'm gonna go with it's sad there was no other option. Because I think that would be nice. But honestly, I want to high five her and say thanks. I did what I had to do. Abigail's got the PTSD. We're in trouble. Guess the world's a pretty tough place. It was either you or him, right? I guess. I think he's gonna jump up and run away, though. Look, you gotta be more careful from now on. I don't want to lose you. I was just kicking the bush, man. Who could have seen that coming? And then we make out a little bit, which is appropriate, over the dead body. I can only think of one, you know, that's romantic. Let's put him to rest nearby, okay? Do I get a little body in my inventory now that I get to dig a hole for? Is there a grave somewhere now? Oh, I should check my map. Oh, I thought that would literally tell me where everything is foraging. Are you kidding me right now? Why is there someone on the map? Why is that person on the map? Is that me? Oh, that is me. Never mind. I'm dumb. How do I know where the foraging is? Okay, never mind. Oh, there is a little... Did we made that for him? Abigail took a life to save mine. I'll never forget that. It's true. I feel like I should put something on there. Like, make an offering of some kind. Like a grape. No? Alright. Well. I did not see that coming, man. Honestly. Must be if you marry. Have you never seen that? That was really something, man. Feels like this needs more. That was quite something. See, like I said, as soon as I got bored a little bit, don't know what to do with myself. Suddenly, I was attacked by a creature. I've only married Elliot. Good old Elliot. Okay. I'm here to talk to Penny and steal some good grapes. Other than that, talk to Penny. All I can think of is I want oh, that's the little arrows tell me where it is. Oh, that's fun. That's cool. All right, neat. Are you at work finally? Shop, upgrade house, construct farm buildings. I need a mill. Okay. Barn, well, silo, mill. 2,500 gold, wood, stone, cloth. How do I make cloth? A loom. You need a loom, which means you need sheep. Which means you need a... what? A stable. Does a stable need sheep? That's a horse. Slimes get a slime hutch. Fill water troughs and slimes will create slime balls. For what? Big coop? I can increase my coop. Unlocks ducks. Here's a sentence I've never seen before. Unlocks ducks. Shipping bin. Throws items to sell in them overnight. Oh, I can just put one something in there? That's kind of fun. Coop. Barn. Okay. So I need a barn. Wood, stone, and money. I can do that tomorrow. Cool. Easy peasy. What's up, dude? Heard you visited Calico Desert recently. How fascinating. I'm sure you observed many unique life forms on your trip. I did. Do I have any of them? No. I've eaten all the life forms. Ooh, it wants wheat at the community center. Okay, we can do that. I'm sure a smarter person would like save them up and do them all at once, but I think it's kind of fun. I do need to do better at fishing though. Oh, I need 10. Oh, I need 10 of them. Okay, well, that's not enough. Yeah, I need to do better at fishing. Like, I need to go during the morning to the ocean so I can catch an octopus. It's the only place to get them. Yay! I don't want to sit here and wait for fall until I can make beets. I don't want that to be the only thing that I'm waiting for. I want something else to happen. I need to make something happen. I guess I can do these. Like, what can I actually do? I guess I could try doing that, but I think I'd die. Oh, I need to upgrade my everything. We could do that. Let's do that. We need to upgrade. Let's just make sure that we've got the, we know what we need. I know he only does one at a time. I think I need iridium, which I assume means I need to go deep in the mines. Great tools. Iridium pickaxe. I need $25,000. Why is everything so expensive? And 5 of them? Nap. Gold watering can, copper trash can. I don't need a gold watering can. I need a pickaxe and a better sword. If I go up here for the sword, I bet it costs a crap ton. Is Joja Cola meant to be evil? Like, is it an actual bad thing? That's fun and utterly useless. Can I go up here? No. Oh, I can chop these down though. Wild. Ooh, a present! Let's go! I got a prize ticket. I know what to do with that. That coming in tomorrow again? Look at my internet. Hopefully, yeah, I hope so too. I hope we get somebody who knows what they're talking about, because it's so frustrating when the person is just like, yeah, I don't know, man, and just doesn't care. You know, you're like, you could know if you pulled out something to test and actually thought about it for a second. Hopefully, it's a guy that cares. Guy I had here was awesome. He's just like, yeah, let's do this. We can do that. Let me run this. That's cool. Hey, there's the, there it is. Funny. He has his little statue in here. All right. But should do that. I gotta go cash in my ticket. First things first, man. Let's go. What do I get? Peach tree. Ooh, wild. I don't know what that purple drink is, but I want some. I wasn't in your house. Moonlight Jellies will be here soon. It's one of my favorite things about the valley. Yeah, those are cool. I like Moonlight Jelly Day. I wonder if it's gonna be different than it was in other years. I was also told to make stairs. Somebody told me recently that if I make these stairs right here, I can, and I put it in the mayor's house, that something will happen. So we can do that too. But we were headed up to the Adventurers Guild to see if we can find a better weapon. I have a sneaking suspicion it's going to be $25,000. Hello. It's a beautiful day. I agree. Ah, dang it. That should let me around. Oh, I did see some worms. We're gonna pick them. All right. Okay, let's talk about weapons. I have the insect head. I've already got that. It's actually not that great. There are better swords. I've already got pretty good boots. The lava katana, 25,000. Yeah, does high damage. 55 to 64. What's my current one? 40 to 45. So it's better, I guess. For less, the obsidian edge, which is I already have. I could theoretically sell all my swords and make some money. Let's see if I can afford the lava katana eventually. What's your deal? What do you want me to show you? You want a pike? He's the one who gave me the first sword. Hey, I can go in there now. Mapping cave systems. What's that do? What's that do? What's that do? You get 50% discount on Marlin's item retrieval service. I don't care. But okay, I guess not nothing. Anything else in here? Give me something, anything. Come on. Secret locate. I bet you could put a stairs in here somewhere. I bet. Go make some stairs and see if we can put them in places. I'm terribly curious. I didn't bring any stone with me. I guess I could go make some. Yeah, whatever. I have some at home. It's what is that the only place they'll go? I feel like the Adventurers Guild would have something. I already put the thing in here, right? I already did that adventure. This thing here doesn't do much, at least not yet. Mr. Chi wants me to give beats to the mayor. But like in a nice way. It's nighttime. Okay. And I can sell some stuff. I will ask chat in a second here. Yeah, I'll ask you guys in a second here what I can sell. You guys will know better than me. I can go plant this tree. Not that it's gonna grow right now. Peach tree. Where can I put a peach tree? I already put a tree here. It didn't grow anything. I can put it right here. There, peach tree. Gotta be careful not to cut down the trees because I keep forgetting which ones are important. I'm gonna put the wood in my pocket before I even consider, because we need the wood, we need the stone. And then she wanted $5,000 or something, I think. So I can probably sell. See. Yeah, I'll sell that. Nope, I want my wheat. Cool. Now, when I wake up, I should be a bazillionaire. Yes, go to sleep. Okay. I'm gonna do a quick trip to the bathroom. In the meantime, I've got something really cool on the hold screen. Take a look at it. I think you guys might like it. Should be really fun. If you want to start it, !play, and you'll see the fun things it can do. All right, see you real quick. I'm gonna go to the bathroom quick. I'm sorry. That was bad of me. I don't know why I did that. I was already unmuted. We were already talking and then I hit mute. What was I saying? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. But it says Zoe Pixel. Like that's a real name. Like it just, that's the name it uses. I think that's hilarious. Zoe Pixel. I'd love to know if that person exists. I have a sneaking suspicion she does not. Would AI ever lie and make stuff up? I don't know. Maybe. I've heard that it can be a little bit loosey-goosey with the truth. Eight days. And 26. We still have time. Nice. On the internet, it has to be true. Well, if the AI says it, you know, what are we gonna do? Complain? Can I just? I can't plant wheat. Like, I can't like mill this into more seed. Is that not allowed? Like you said, a seed maker, right? Like, if I go to the seed maker. Where is that? Over here. Worm bin, bait maker, preserves, recycling machine, mushroom log. Furnace keg. I thought there was a seed maker. I thought I had one. I could make seeds. But I don't think I have a seed maker. Never watch it and she... Yeah, exactly, right? Hello, Tilly. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. We are just hanging out in Stardew Valley today. You know, doing Stardew Valley stuff. How are you, Tilly? Hope you're well. So many seeds in the ground. So many. Let's put the gold star stuff in here. Cool. Gold star squash. Gold star pepper. Gold star coffee. Put the silver one in here because that's where we get seed from. Nice. Is that it? The rest we can sell? I guess I can put the hay in the... Give it hay to the chickens. Hey, chickens. Yeah, I know. The coffee beans are the seeds. I wish it was that way for all of them. Like the hay. Once I harvest the hay, I just don't have any more, which I think is super dumb. I'm gonna blow up my trees. That was close. Literally about to blow up my trees. That would have been so dumb. I may have actually cried. Okay. And we're gonna dump this in here. Because it's gold quality. And we don't have any more. Like, I should keep some of the wheat because I know I'm gonna need it for later. Like, I know for sure. We can sell a lot of this. Like, I can sell my coffee beans. I can sell that, no. Maple syrup will get you a lot of money. I got some, so I guess I can get rid of it. All right, cool. Oh, there we go. I finally am able to make some coffee. Hold on. Nope. Jeepers. Took forever. Nice. What'd I get? Radish juice and summer squash juice worth 101 coin. All right, cool. dump that over here. I have a whole collection of preserves. I don't know what to do with. I'm just getting them, you know? I should check and see if any of them belong in there. Nope, they don't belong. Okay, well, let's go talk to the person that gives me a mill. And a barn. I need a barn before I need anything else. Because they need the cotton. Nice. I can eat these on the way. Did I pet my cat? Did I water my cat? Alright, off we go. Go get our mill. I think I have the right ingredients. I feel like this thing's gonna grow, you know? Like, it's gonna like... The guy, he had a little tuft on his head that looked like a plant. Like, so if you bury him, like, he'll come up like a plant. That's my theory. You wearing your belt a little tighter today? What's that? Pants falling off? She never is at work. Go to work, Penny. Jeepers. You're gonna make me go to the mines, aren't you? It's just gonna be a mining day. Fine. I don't even care. We'll go mine. Cut down all your trees. What's that? Here, have a raspberry. Put it back on and went one. Oh, that's nice. I mean, unless you're trying to gain weight, in which case I wouldn't, you know, it's not a good thing. I definitely need a better sword. Well, it depends on if you're trying to lose weight or not, because not everybody can lose or can gain weight. So it could be like a concern. I've known people that are on both sides who can't gain weight no matter what they try, forget to eat, don't even notice that they're not eating. And other people who can't lose weight because they're just like, it's just hard. For thyroid stuff, like, it's crazy. Everything's so complicated. Went out of town, posted my job. Well, you already talked to them. I'm sure it'll be fine. 619. My grandma. That's nice. You get along with your grandma? Don't worry, you've already had the conversation with the guy, so like I wouldn't worry that he might just be more than one position. I was at the buffet to see the GM. Yeah, there you go. See? That's good. You're there. Don't stress too much. Ha! Slime land. If one of you dropped a really cool sword, that'd be super great. Would you mind doing that for me? Yep, gotta be patient. I don't know why it's taking 3 years, but, you know, so be it. That guy was tough. Uh-oh, run away! Gotta eat, gotta eat, gotta eat, gotta eat. All these fruit. Need more food? Oh, I got tons. What are you talking about? I'm loaded for bear here. All right, let's go do some more murder. Nice. Way down has appeared. I know. It's already valid, but I didn't really get the idea of how. Well, that is the idea. Like, then you got it. You understood the whole point. It's what's called a cozy game, or it's a farming sim. The idea is there is no like magical, or sorry, what am I trying to say? There's no like thing you're trying to do. It's just a series of things to do. So if you want to grow coffee, grow coffee. You want to wander around and get to know everybody, go do that. Right? So if you're the kind of person that needs an objective, they do have some like things you like like these things over here, right? Like things you can do, like little tasks. But ultimately it's just you know, have fun, chill out, enjoy the ride. What I think is cool, and I was just saying this earlier, is that, you know, as soon as I get bored, every time I get bored a little bit, like I don't know what to do, something happens. Like just today I was like, man, I don't know what to do. And then all of a sudden, like a freaking alien attacked me and I almost died, and my wife had to come out and kill him. And she had like a PTSD moment for murder. Like that came out of nowhere. And then it was like, all right, cool. I wonder what's gonna happen there. I don't know. It's not the kind of game that you're gonna be like driven forward. It's like Minecraft in that way. Yeah, exactly, Barracuda. It's like Minecraft. It's like you just go do stuff. Like, do you want to build? Do you want to gather? Do you want to adventure? You want to like collect? Do you want a dog? Like, you can do whatever you want. But if you need someone to like kind of hold your hand and tell you what to do, this game is a little bit, but not a lot. Ultimately, I think it's worth it. Like, it's fun. I've been playing this game longer than I think I've played, like, straight, I mean, like, all other games. Every other game I seem to take a break, or I want to do something else, right? But this game I keep coming back to. Will I get bored of it? Maybe someday, you know, like it happens. But right now I'm absolutely digging it. What kind of games do you like, Carl? Like, of all your favorite games, what's your favoriteest game? Oh, I gotta keep eating algae. Gross. It's my hyperfixation. Yeah, she likes that word. I will admit that on the day that I played a while back, I played for a lot of hours in a row, not doing the things I was supposed to be doing because I was playing Stardew, which does mean that I was definitely fixated on it, but that kind of went away. Starter Up Saloon Special Orders. Mayor Lewis, Autumn's Bounty. Okay. Marnie Pumpkin Pie, Demetrius Bean Hot Pot. Interesting. That's cool. Caroline Fish Taco. So what that is, what you just saw there, is there are, in town, you can make friends with people. And the way that you make friends with them is you give them stuff, like in real life. And that just was talking about what they like. So I now have a clue on what to make them happy. See, just little things. Then I'm like, okay, I'll go make a fish taco and I'll give it to so-and-so. She likes that stuff. And then if you make enough friends, like I got married. I saw a girl that was purple and I'm like, she will be mine. And then she is. No, I have yet to find the pants. I have been everywhere on this map twice. And I'll be darned if I can find any pants. I did find, like, I realized there was a screen I'd never been to, because I'd never gone through the tunnel, you know, and been like, oh, there is stuff on this side of the tunnel, which is kind of fun. But like, I thought for sure that was okay. I finally found it. But I'll be darned if I can find it. Oh yeah, the purple girl is adorable. I saw some fan art of her that someone like added a lot more pixels, and I'm like, wow, she's cute. Right now, she's just kind of like an 8-bit or 16-bit NPC, but they had drawn her in incredible detail. She had like a sword. She's holding a sword. I think she's holding like the monster manual. She was trying to be super buff. She's looking cool. Die. Thank you. I think it's time to go home. Didn't you marry the rock? I did. I married the rock lady. You want a hint for the pants? You know what? A hint would be nice. Don't tell me. Don't tell me everything. Just a hint would be nice. Because I feel like I've been literally everywhere. Who is Lewis dating? Who is Lewis? Oh, is that the mayor? Hold on. Mayor Lewis, right? And he's dating Marnie. Yeah. All right. I think I kind of know where you're going with that. All raw materials, and I gotta keep the amethyst for my wife. What are you gonna not keep the amethyst? You gots to. Okay, and then refine the quartz, and then find the gold. Put it away. Yep, that goes away, and then I'm good. Okay. I got 3 amethyst. That's great. I guess I could go check out Marnie's place. Did I not check the mail this morning? That's crazy if I didn't. Dear valued customer, thanks for visiting Pierre's. Encloses your cashback rewards program. Rebate. See you soon. That's funny. All right, I'll take it. I don't remember signing up for my cashback rewards, but I'll take it. Let's go look for those pants. That is the next logical thing to do. No, we gotta go up and... Well, no, we'll look for the pants first. And then... we'll, first we gotta give some amethyst to my girl. There you go. You're welcome. Keep that in the box. She needs it. I got my wood. Good. Plant the seed. We can go up and visit, what's her name? Penny. All this can be sold. That coffee crop is very good. I'm digging the coffee crop. How much do I make? I'm gonna sell all of this right now. Like, except for the gold and the silver. I wanna see how much I make. Look at that. You get a bajillion of them. And be a millionaire. I'm gonna open a Tim Hortons. If I don't have a mill to make the flour to make the donuts. That'll be a problem. Aren't you? Oh, you're not available. Alright. More peppers. Score. You're not ready yet? Wow, that's awesome. This, and then I put the silver ones in here. And then I put the gold ones in the other one. And we're just gonna sell all of them. All the coffee beans. Because I get $2,355. Actually, because I can make coffee with them, so we should go make a little bit more coffee. Before we do that. And how much are coffee? So 147 of these, so 150 to $2,200. Cup of coffee, $300 each. Coffee is lucrative. And it takes no time to produce. That's fantastic. Stardew Valley, yes. I saw a little thing on Haunted Chocolatier today, which I think was kind of cool. How he was saying it's going to be completely different. Like it's not it's not. It looks like Stardew Valley, but it's not. It's more like mystical. It should be fun. Okay, pants. You watched the trailer? Yeah, it was. I saw the. Did you watch the 10th anniversary deal? That was kind of interesting. All right, I don't know how to get in there, so I want. Is it like 9 a.m.? Oh, for crying out loud! Like, is there like a secret location somewhere I gotta like bash? I can't catch any butterflies either. I assume that's a thing. Butterfly catching. Okay, she's probably off to school. Pants! Ah, don't mind me, I'm looking for pants. Ma'am, have you seen your boyfriend's pants? Pardon me. Look at, there they are. Let's go! I found pants. What else can I steal? Shirt? No. Lamp? I can't get in here. I thought that would take me to the outdoors, so I could, you know, because I have this. I'll show you why that kind of bugs me. I have this. That picture. And it's like, it's inside that place. So I don't know what to do with it. And I can't show it to Marnie. I think Marnie, right? Because it's like the dialogue option doesn't show up. It's just not there. You like coffee, Marnie? I did take underwear from your room. I feel like I should give you something for it. If you steal someone's underwear from their room, you need to be more kind to them. I've given this girl so much coffee. She loves it. She's like my biggest customer. Yes. Although she doesn't like me. So what are you gonna do? Do. Aha. Hey, how you doing there? You found them? Where? I have no idea how they could have gotten there. Cough. I already found you in the bush, buddy. Relax. Relax. I already found you in the bush. I know what you were doing. That was like one of the first things I was given, was finding his shorts. That does make sense though. Now that I've seen where they hang out. Hi, sweetheart. How you doing? Not at all? No, not talking. That's fine. We have our own separate lives. We don't need to be on each other's hips all day long. We agreed to that. At least she agreed to it when she told me that's how it had to be. You left those shirts on? I think he may have. One wonders what he was doing with no pants. Rick, come on, give me the good stuff. That's not good stuff. Nope. Wow, that's terrible. Also terrible. That's even worse. Bro, that was a terrible haul. At least I can sell everything. We'll hit the beach, check our crab. Down here. There's a new beauty craze at Zuzu City, apparently. A lotion made from melons that to remove wrinkles. Anyone who ships 100 melons by the end of the season will earn a substantial reward from Pelican Town. I don't have any melons. Don't even have any melons like seeds. Put a little promotion just for fun. If anyone collect 1,000 pieces of wood, I'll earn a reward. I have 3 days. Can I do it? Is that possible? Are there even enough trees? I'd have to cut down every tree in Pelican Town. I guess we can try doing that. Let's do it. We're gonna cut down every tree in Pelican Town. I'm gonna be known as the Hatchet Man. But first, we gotta go see if there's anything in my traps. Not really. A soggy newspaper. Who knew? Ooh, all right, now we're talking. Is this a new adventure? Okay, that sucks. We'll do that now, I suppose. I'll take a picture. I've done one of these before. Okay, let's go do that quick. We have too many things to do today. Here I was worried though, didn't have enough to do. I've got too many things to do. All right, so stand in the middle of town square. Cool. Yep. So here we are. Dead center town square. Cool. And then it says go all the way right. Probably here. And then down. All the way. And then right all the way. And then up. And then right. I must have done something wrong. Up. No, something went funky. Hold on. Bye-bye. See you. Appreciate you being here. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Dead center. And then all the way to the right. Oh. All the way down. Yeah, I did screw it up. And then all the way to the right. And then all the way up. And then right. Up. Right. Down. Left. Up. Left. Up. Right. Up. Left. Up. Left. Hey kid, need a lucky break? Why don't you bring a rabbit's foot? I'll make it worth your while. I'm back when you have a rabbit's foot on you, kid. Was that it? Was that the... That was the thing? That's all I was supposed to do? Okay. Lame, but alright. Time to cut down every tree. Climb every mountain. Cut every tree. Bye. Have a good day. See you tomorrow. Or whenever you see you next. I don't think there's any trees here. Wasting precious time. I don't think I can cut down any trees in the park. Just double check. I don't think it's gonna let me. Like, that's not cuttable. That's not a real tree. I don't think these ones are either. Are they? They are. Oh. I cut that tree. Yeah. Fine. Okay. I want to switch this out. Oh, it doesn't even say. Yeah. I'm at 967, so that means, let's say it was at 900. I need 900 more 900 more pieces of wood in 3 days. I'm sure it'll be fine. I haven't actually cut down all the trees in Pelican Town yet. That tells me that I probably can do it. I think there is a tree up here. Yep. I'm definitely changing the topography of this area. It's going to be extremely different looking when I'm done with it. I'd never considered doing this. 1,000 though. I only got 100. How many trees was that? Like probably, maybe I got 200. Not enough. Okay, I think you guys have a tree. Can't go down this one. No. I can take that one. Just hope the guy with the big sword doesn't mind. That's not bad. 240. Feels almost doable. I think I found something. Weird noises over there. Oh, it's rocks. Come on. All right. Now we head back. And we'll cut trees along the way. And then we'll head straight to down, or whatever down is, south. We'll head south. I feel like a menace. I feel like an absolute menace. And some psychopath just going door to door, path to path, cutting down every single tree. You're getting in so much trouble. You know what? That's 500. I might actually be able to pull this off. $519. That's not terrible. I should be able to do it in the forest. I shouldn't have to even touch my trees. We'll put berries in there. Why not? Okay. Sell some stuff. Fiber. Get going. Not wood. Coconut jelly. Yum. I don't know if that's any good. But now I have some. A shrimp. Lucrative. We're gonna go hit more of those trees. Annual trade derby. Oh, even better. Remember, there, eat healthy. You won't have enough energy to work hard, including my favorite recipes. Ripe tomato. I haven't made a tomato yet, Lewis, but understand. I understand. First things first, we gotta cut down all these trees. I have a whole forest down here just in case I need some, but I feel like I'm pretty safe just taking down the ones that are down here. Once I see 1,000, I know I should be able to... I don't know, will it give you an alert? It should. Will it give me a ding if I cut down enough of them? I never really thought to clear everything out because, like, it's fine. It doesn't bother me whatsoever. I'll just leave it alone. I missed the annual trout derby last year. Didn't even think to try it. But I'm gonna be real close to 1,000. I can just stay down here and then do the trout derby too. I assume I have to catch the biggest one? Or is it the most? Because if it's the most, I'm in trouble because I haven't started yet. Usually the derby is usually for biggest, right? $839, which should be close. I don't know what I started with. I really hope that cutting branches counts as trees. I did it. Okay, cool. See, told you. I got an alert. What does it say? I got a pile of money. Sure. And now to enter the tournament for the trout. Welcome to the Trout Derby. What can I do for you? Explanation. During the event, rainbow trout have a chance of carrying a golden tag. If you find one, turn it in for a prize. Oh, well, that's even easier. Fish, do what you're not supposed to do and fish exactly where some dude is. Fishermen love it when you go to their favorite spot and you just catch fish directly next to them. It's their favorite thing. I got one! Hooray! That's nice. I didn't get one. I think I caught 5 fish last year. Proceeded to not get any tags. I'm not even the right kind of fish. Come on, baby. I thought this was a trout derby. Why do I keep catching the wrong fish? I'm switching spots. You know, fishermen say if you don't catch a fish immediately, change spots. That's definitely what they say, right? Bum, 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 bum. I got another one. Okay, sick. Woo, calm down. Wow, what a pain. Dang. I don't even think I have anything I can put on my hook to make that better. What can I throw in the garbage here? Regular bait. Hold on. Probably these seeds. Don't need maple seeds. I will keep the houseplant for the wife, of course. And 4 rocks. This is a good spot. I will stay here. I caught 2 tags. Rainbow trout don't fight a lot. Like IRL, they don't. Your fishing tackle worn out and you lost your bait. Well, bummer. That's gonna make the next part a little bit more difficult. Can I make bait? Is that a thing? Probably, right? Maybe it'll give me bait in my present. I got coal. Okay, fine. I'm gonna go see what my prize is. Better be good. A tent kit. That's cool. Warp totem. Oh, sick. Now my inventory's full. Cool. Well, I got things. I'm out of here. That's all I wanted. I can go put my house plant in the house. And then we can consider raiding out for the day. Anybody on that I can raid out to that is... would be good? First things first, we gotta put the house plant in the house. A second house plant. Aren't we just living in the lap of luxury? Okay. Purple fish, goldfish, purple fish, goldfish, purple fish. Nice. We good? And one shrimp because we don't have any. Put my raw materials away too. I have enough there. And I gotta keep my rocks. Cool. Put the plant away. It is gold after all. And the rest I think I can sell. Except the moss. You gotta keep the moss. I think you can make your own bait. Let me just check. Yeah. Bug. Oh, you need bug meat. Oh, that's interesting. All right. I guess that kind of makes sense. A little bit, Dragon Daddy Bear. A little bit. Just was on. Didn't have, you know, just felt like being on here for a little bit longer. How you doing? Let's make some jam. Let's make some coffee actually. Hold on. Boop. There we go. If we're gonna sell stuff, we may as well sell all of it. Because it'll be dead soon. Been better, been worse? Yeah, still struggling with the yeah. Marriage stuff. Stuff, bud. That it? I harvest all the things? I think I may have. Except down here. Oh, me too. Oh, definitely me too. Absolutely. No question. Absolutely. Wait, I just saw a yellow thing. The yellow take me to worms. Wouldn't that be nice? What are you taking me to? Is it this? Lame. What's up, Derek? How you doing, man? How did you get a Silk Song icon next to you? That's cool. And I'm just stealing wheels out of police cars. Police are working tirelessly to catch him. Just took till the detective had nothing to go on. That's awesome. 10 out of 10. Well done, Ferric. That's 100% grown worthy. Let's sell some things. Boom. Keeping the oak resin. I'm gonna keep that. I guess I can sell the coffee. And we'll sell that. And then we do gotta talk to Marnie tomorrow. Not Marnie, Penny. I'll talk to Penny tomorrow. Interesting. It says Ferric redeemed a highlighted message. And then when I look over here, I can't see the message on this chat. I have to go look over there. All right. Whoops. Cool. I'm done. Let's call it a day. I'm currently using StreamerBot. I downloaded it over the weekend. It's pretty great. It's got a lot going on. I'll give it that. But it is definitely a stellar program. I'm a delight. I'll have you know. Okay, I'm off to bed, and then we're gonna save it, and we're gonna call it a day, and then we're going to, then we're gonna raid out. I just got a text from somebody. I'm gonna go respond back to him, see what he has to say. Those beans make you a lot of bucks, let me tell you what. Although you turn them into coffee, they make even more bucks. Cool. What do you think of my sideways chat? Isn't that pretty slick? 4 bucks in a deer farm? Almost. Almost. Har har har. More bucks than a rodeo. All right. Let's raid out. Thanks for being here, dude. Tomorrow is Taco Tuesday. We talked a lot at the beginning of the stream about like motivation and purpose. That was kind of the big thing today. I'm not sure what we're going to talk about tomorrow, but it will be content creation stuff. So we'll see, and we'll see what inspires. I honestly can't tell you because I really don't know. But let's head over to where we're going to head. Who's doing what these days? Wolfcat's on Hollow Knight. What a pretty setup she has. Let's read over there. You come see her setup. It's very cute. T-shirt for you. I get my humor from God. It's right. Exactly right. He built me this way. Got a problem with me? Take it up with my dad. All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow. And I'll see you tomorrow too, YouTube. Bye-bye.